Hello, everybody. Good morning, and welcome to round number 4 of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Series, powered by Short Block Technologies and presented by Cycle Springs Power Sports here locally. We're hanging out behind the Sheraton Sand Key, and again, finished up the Sheboygan round yesterday, so we've got 3 motos today. Now, this first moto, we are supposed to have some weather coming in, some bad weather coming in here within the next hour and a half. So they have shortened the motos to 20 minutes here for our first expert and amateur. The plan for the rest of the day is to do 30 minutes plus a lap. And taking a look at your screen right now, you can see current temperatures 83 degrees Fahrenheit. Winds out of the southwest at 8 miles per hour, and the seas right about 3 feet right now. If you take a look on the screen, as we'd like to welcome everybody who is listening in on the Powerboat P1 YouTube channel. Hello, good morning, and welcome from St. Pete. That is Jay Edworthy. And Edworthy taking a final moto win in the pro class yesterday, which netted him a second overall for the Sheboygan round. A first overall for Devin for the Sheboygan round, and Noah Skips ended up in third place on the podium last night. Again, just taking a look out on the screen here, we're going to go over the points with you and let you know exactly where everybody is standing in points as we come into round number 4. Again, one more round. That's going to be, I believe, September 6th and 7th. And that's going to be over in St. Pete. But you can see right now, championship standings after Sheboygan, Jay Edworthy with 164 points. He leads the pack. Christian Daly with 148 points. Devin Farthing with 148 points. Noah Skips with 118 points. Tim Miller will be on boat number 37 with 112. Ian Smith on the Sea-Doo with 105. Trey Williams on the Yamaha GP 1800 with 95. Torrey Snyder also with 95. Vanjie Ramjeet, he has 83 points, and Anthony Radetich 77 points. Those are your top 10 in points coming into today. Once again, 75 points available today, and Edworthy right now with a narrow margin over Christian Daly. So that's one of the biggest battles that we've got going on. And again, as I pointed out, Jay coming in and taking a win in the final moto yesterday. So he's carrying a little momentum into today. But I'll tell you what, never watch out for Devin, or don't forget about Devin Farthing. Devin currently sitting third in the points on the Monster Energy Yamaha, sponsored by Farthing Racing. And this kid, you'd never know. I mean, this guy has the capability to be out in front. Yesterday, him and Christian Daly got side by side, and Farthing got the worst of that exchange. Let's go through the lineup today. We got C477. That is Jay Edworthy. 110, Torrey Snyder. 221, Dave Davidson. Boat number 116 is Vanjie Ramjeet. 105, Christian Daly. 243 is Dennis Mack. Boat number 6 is Devin Farthing. Boat number 373, Noah Skips. Boat number 618, Trey Williams. 361, Eric Lagopoulos. 126, Ian Smith. And boat number 37, Tim Miller. That rounds out your field. I believe we have Denisio Casarini on boat number 11. I also got Marcio Bendetti on my list here on boat number 529, and possibly Chris Landis on boat number 201. That weren't up there on that graphic. I'm not sure if they are here or not. I did see Marcio here yesterday. I have not seen Anthony or Denisio yet today, so I'm not quite sure if they're racing or not, but we'll let you know as things get started. Once again, today, speaking of the start, we're going to be doing a Le Mans start. And for those of you folks that aren't familiar with a Le Mans start, what they do is they'll start them about 15 yards back on the beach from where the water's breaking out there. The boats will be steadied by 2 holders. There'll be a whistle. They'll run down, have to jump up onto the boat, put their tether in, and then take off. So that is your definition here of a Le Mans start. And again, before we get started, we'd like to say very special thanks to our presenting sponsor here locally, our good friends from Cycle Springs Power Sports. Make sure if you are here today, if you are in attendance and not watching the live stream, that you stop on over there and say hello to Nick and the great crew over there. Special thanks to Demitz, who is hand in hand with our good friends from Cycle Springs. But they've got a whole lineup of everything that you want. If you want anything power sports, man, support those who support the sport. Nobody does it like Cycle Springs. We'd also like to thank our safety team sponsor, which is Progressive Insurance. Special thanks to Yamaha, Bryce, and all the group up there. Riva Racing. Special thanks to ICOM, Jet Pilot, as well as Fly Racing, and all of our good friends at Experience Kissimmee. Got a lot of great sponsors here. And a lot of VIPs out there in the crowd. I seen coming out of the hotel today my old friend Mark Crocker, who has been in personal watercraft racing for many, many years and a former flagman out at the IJSBA World Finals. So it's always good to see friends in the house. And Marky Mark is one of those guys that were on tour with me for probably, 30 years, 35 years? Yeah, I was going to say, we were on tour for quite some time. Taking a look back on the screen here, we got Devin Farthing. And you can see him right behind the marshal there. Now, according to my list, I believe we're going to have Tori Snyder that should be in pole position. Tim Miller, boat number 37, should be in second. 243, Dennis Mack in third. 126, Ian Smith in the fourth spot. Devin Farthing on boat number 6 in fifth. Trey Williams on 618. Then we got boat number 16, Tim Hickman, 373. Noah Skips, 477. Jay Edworthy, 116. Vanjie Ramji. Boat number 77, Jason Russo, 361. Eric Lagopoulos, 105. Christian Daly. And that's the way that we have them right here. I believe Chris Landis will be right there next to Daly. And I know why Landis didn't race yesterday. I seen him here yesterday, and I was wondering, man, why ain't he racing? Because we were finishing up the Sheboygan race yesterday. So if you were not signed up for Sheboygan, you did not get to race in Clearwater yesterday. So that is the 411 that I'm getting across the airwaves right here. And there's the 110 of Snyder and 37, Tim Miller. As the riders are done with their sight laps, they are coming back to the beach, and we're going to be racing here in just a couple of moments. Once again, just as a reminder to everybody, the first two races today will be 20 minutes plus a lap. Once again, 20 minutes plus a lap for the first two races. Probably stop, let the weather go through, and we'll come back this afternoon with two 30-minute motos. So once again, I tell you, it's been for these guys that were up in Sheboygan, 5 motos this weekend. And the surf, yesterday it was a lot worse than what it is today. It's kind of laid down a little bit. Yesterday, early it was breaking, somewhere between 5 and 6 during the storms yesterday morning. But then in the afternoon, it kind of calmed down a little bit. And that's why one of the reasons I think that you've seen those Sea-Doos up there doing so well yesterday afternoon with Jay Edworthy taking the win. Just in front of his Sea-Doo teammate from JetX.ca, Ian Smith, who will be on boat number 126 out there. And Ian's really come on strong here the last couple of races. We'll see if he can keep that momentum coming into this one. Christian Daly, a tough day at the office for him yesterday. He had some good finishes, but the second race, there was a disqualification. I'm not sure what has come of that yet. I know that he is currently sitting second in points, so I'm not sure if they erased that, but we'll try to get that news to you too, folks. Again, Edworthy, your points leader coming into this one, followed by Daly in second and Farthing in third. As the boats are coming back to the beach right now. Again, special thanks to our good friends from Monster Energy. For those of you folks that weren't in attendance yesterday, or maybe you weren't online watching the show yesterday, we had 4 very special athletes from around the world that came out and competed in the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Celebrity Challenge. And congratulations to pro BMX rider Jeremy Malott, who took the win just in front of Jay Toohey, who is a pro BMX freestyle athlete, both of them former X Games winners. You had Andy Buckworth out of Australia, pro BMX rider. He took a third. And Tyler Stewart, who's a professional bass fisherman, who took a 4th place in that Celebrity Challenge. And again, we sure do appreciate Monster and all those athletes for taking the time and coming down and being a part of such an amazing event here in Clearwater. Again, we apologize about the weather yesterday, but again, you can't mess with Mother Nature, and we've seen that in Sheboygan. So we're doing the best we can to pop off what we can here. We're going to get started with a couple of 20-minute motos. We'll start with our pro class, and then we will go to our amateur class. Hey, again, special thanks to the P1 crew last night for feeding everybody. Had a nice banquet here at the Sheridan Sand Key. Some really good food, some really good dessert. My favorite was the tiramisu. I don't know about you, but, I'm kind of a sweets guy. Need all the help I can get, I guess you could say that. So once again, Jay Edworthy comes in with the bullseye on his back, the Chicken Man, straight out of Canada. You can see 105 right there, 243 in the forefront. That is D-Mac, Dennis Mack. Looks like the 110 of Tori Snyder right there beside Mac. And you can see Devin Farthing hopping off the boat right now. Come back and getting that Le Mans start. And Dev is a little bit sore yesterday. Again, for those of you folks that weren't here yesterday, I'll tell you what, it's the wildest crash that we've seen in 2025. And I'm sure that it'll make the social media headlines before we get out of here this weekend. But I know that our Green Lake crew didn't have anybody back in the studio, so we couldn't run the replay. So I apologize for not being able to run the replay yesterday. But I'm sure that it's going to be flooded to social media after this weekend. And he cartwheeled about 4 times coming off the boat. He was side by side, deck to deck with Christian Daly. So the word that I'm getting is that, Christian Daly was DQ'd for a technical infraction yesterday. That's the word that we're getting from our tech area right now. So a tough break for Christian because Christian had done so well. But he can make it up. Again, he's only behind, I believe, by 6 points right now. About 6 points behind Ed Worthy. As we get set to go here for round number 4 of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross. Once again, we are powered by Short Block Technologies, located conveniently right here in Clearwater. And, of course, we are presented by Cycle Springs Power Sports, which is also right here in Clearwater. So we invite you to support those who support the sport. And those are 2 of our biggest sponsors here on the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Tour. And you can see them all getting lined up. Once again, going to be 20 minutes plus a lap as we get ready for the whistle here. And you can see the sky's not forbidding at all right now. Everything looks good right now. But we're just trying to keep our eye on the weather. We had some surprises yesterday. We don't want no surprises today. We want to get her done. This is round number 4 of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, and here we go. We're getting up on the boat, and you can see Tori was up there on the boat pretty quick. Smith was up there, but it's Daly, Christian Daly, who is out for a little vengeance today. Looks like Daly with the hole shot there, and Daly's easy to pick out. He's got the white sleeves coming out of the black wetsuit. So if you can't see the numbers on the screen, please, just ask us, and we'll try to let you know. Good morning. How you doing, DeRipper? We got the Zebra that's listening in online. Does anyone have a race schedule? Yeah, the race schedule is determined by the weather here this weekend. We are going to do our amateur next, and we'll probably take a short break and then come back after the weather moves through, and we'll come back with a pro, an amateur, a pro, and an amateur in the afternoon. Yeah, John, I miss the old days of the World Cup too, buddy. So once again, we're talking to some people online. We're talking about what's happening out here on the track. So if you have a question, feel free to chime in. But that is Christian Daly, who is out in front. And I believe that's Farthing on boat number 6, who is currently sitting in second. So the Monster Energy Yamaha Farthing Racing Team dynamic duo sitting 1 and 2 out in front right now. And we're trying to figure out who that is in third. It's like Daly still your race leader. And now those of you who are looking on screen, that's your gap between first and second. Only about 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds or so as we hone in on our third place rider. And that's 110, Tori Snyder out of Bradenton, Florida. Racing here in what you would call, I guess, his home waters. He just lives about 25 miles south of here. It's great to see Tori and the whole family out here as here we come down the front straightaway. Looks like Farthing able to get around Daly. So Devin Farthing, Dev Dog, moves into the lead just in front of Daly as they were coming down the front straightaway for the first time, and now they're on that 20 seconds. Now, for those of you folks at home that are, you heard me say 20 minutes plus a lap. Well, this is the way that it works. They take off from the Le Mans start. They go a half a lap all the way around the track, but when they come through the start-finish line, that is when we actually hit the stopwatch. So we still have 19 minutes, 30 seconds plus a lap to go. And if you're wondering, you thought maybe we started to watch a little bit late. No, we don't start it until they come through the start-finish line. Just a little 4-1-1 for all of our great spectators out there. And again, now we're taking a look at Daly and Farthing dicing it out. Farthing winning that battle right now as we are honed in on Daly and trying to see what the gap is between Daly and Snyder. You can see the gap there. Daly, once again, trying to work the outside of Farthing as they are headed down that back section of the track. And this is where Farthing came off the boat yesterday. Right there, when him and Daly were side by side, Daly's trying to get up and show him a keel again. As you can see, Daly just off the pace. Oh, it looks like Farthing slowed down just a little bit. And he is working the inside. Again, they are side by side, just like yesterday, but the position's reversed. If it's Farthing on the inside yesterday, now Farthing trying to steal that line away, and he's going to go ahead and take that line away from Christian Daly up on the top left-hand side of the track. That's where you'll find your leaders, boat number 6, boat number 105. So once again, starting out as a pretty decent morning here. Got a nice breeze, 8 mile an hour out of the southeast, so everything's kind of nice and cool right now. Hopefully it's not the calm before the storm. This is your battle for the lead here. Again, boat number 6, Farthing. And then you got 105, Daly. And then you got Tori Snyder, who's also right there in the mix. And that's on your screen right now. That is second and third that you see on the screen. That is the gap between Christian and Tori out there. Not much of a gap right there. You can see Tori's going to try to work to the inside. Trying to get in Daly's head. And here he goes. Pulls up side by side with Daly. And Snyder on the outside. Daly on the inside. And they are deck to deck as they get ready to come down the front straightaway. Daly going to have the position, going to steal the position away. And here comes Tori on the outside, trying to find some clean water and just diving into that turn right here on the front straightaway before they head back out into the Gulf of America. Boy, that has a nice ring to it. So once again, for those of you folks that are just tuning in, we'd like to welcome everybody to round number 4 of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, powered by SVT, presented by Cycle Springs Power Sports. We are at the Sheridan Key Resort back here behind, and we are watching our first race here of round number 4. 2 more races to go later on today. Once again, we'll probably be going pro, amateur, pro, amateur, pro, amateur. Just keep your eyes on the screen. In case there are any delays, we'll let you know if there are going to be. But we plan on going back-to-back as much as we can today and trying to get this one under our belt. So once again, there is your gap between second and third down that back section of the track. And you can see on the left-hand side, that is Daly. But overall right now, you got Devin Farthing out in front on boat number 6. Then you got Christian Daly, 105 in second. Tori Snyder in third. Tim Miller in fourth, and Vanjie Ramjeet, boat number 116 on the Victory Racing, VR Racing Yamaha, back there in the 5th spot. Now your top 4, all sponsored by Monster Energy. Your top 3, Monster Energy, Yamaha, Farthing Racing. Tim Miller, Monster Energy, Tim Miller Racing, as well as Caldwell Racing on boat number 37. So those are your sponsors there for your top 5. As we close in on 16 minutes plus a lap. 16 minutes plus a lap to go out here. And once again, we'll have our amateur race, 200s and 300s, coming up next. Talk a little bit more about them when they get out there for their sight laps today. So it's been a up and down weekend here in Clearwater. Some really good times and some really crazy times. Boy, the lightning was really bad yesterday. Had to clear the beach for about an hour, or well, for about 2 hours while the storms went through yesterday. And hopefully it's not going to be that bad today. It's supposed to be a little bit better for us today. Storm is supposed to come in, but I think they're only supposed to be here from like 11:30 to 1:30, 11:30 to 2 o'clock. So again, we're going to try to get in all 3 races. The next 2 races for our pros and amateurs, we're going to try to make 30 minutes plus a lap. But these first 2, as I pointed out, are going to be 20 plus a lap. As I take a look out here, and we're trying to get a number on the boat. Oh, that is Tim Miller. Okay, he's got the same paint job as Cooper Caldwell. So I'm like, man, that looks like Cooper Caldwell's boat, but that is Tim Miller. Tim is the protege for Cooper Caldwell, and that is your battle for 4th place right there between Miller and Snyder. Miller trying to climb back into this one. He was currently sitting in 4th. I believe it was Snyder that was in 3rd, so that actually might be your battle for 3rd, because Ramjeet is back there in the 5th spot on boat number 116. All right, going back out to Christian Miller, and that is Tori Snyder right there, right behind, I'm sorry, Christian Daly. Christian Miller's over in England, by the way. I thought I was still in Belgium. Sorry about that. 105, Christian Daly maintaining that 2nd place position. Tori trying to fight him for it. But Tori's got his hands full with Tim Miller there on boat number 37. So we'll see who drank the most Monster this morning, who put the Monster on their Wheaties this morning. As we go over to the left-hand side of the track, that's the south side as we view it here from the pit area. Got Devin Farding still out in front. Daly, Snyder, second and third. Miller and Ramjeet, fourth and fifth. So no lead swap in the last couple laps around, as we got about 13:30 left on the ticker plus a lap. And again, just a nice little breeze coming in out of the southeast. Waves breaking right about 3 feet here on the inside. I haven't talked to anybody who's been back on the outside yet, but I imagine they're probably just a little bigger on the backside of the track. Today's track got 13 course markers on it, 14 if you count the checkered buoy out there. It's going to be about 1.2 miles in length for everybody who is listening in. And yesterday it was so rough that lap times, even in the pro class, were right around 2 minutes per lap. And in the amateur class, they were 2 minutes per lap. The amateurs actually yesterday went 10 laps in 20 minutes. So, yeah, a little tougher track than what we've seen so far this year. I mean, Sheboygan was bad, but it was bad on the outside. We couldn't see it too bad on the inside, but I guess it was bad after you went down there by the nuclear plant. 105, we're taking a look at Daly. Easy to pick out with the yellow helmet, the white sleeves, and there is Dev Dog, Devin Farding. And I'll tell you, that I got to hand it to that kid because he took one huge tumble yesterday. And, I mean, he got thrown like a rag doll off of that Yamaha right there and just cartwheeled down the back straightaway. And I think he had to figure out what time zone he was in after the course marshal picked him up. And he was looking a little bit sore, a little bit slow last night at the awards. But I'll tell you what, this kid gets back out there and shows you this is what champions are made of right here. This is how you do it. Now, one person I haven't talked about being in the top 5 is your points leader coming into today. So we're going to see if we can find out where Jay Edworthy is out on the track, boat number 477. That might be him coming down the front straightaway right now. He is on a black and yellow Sea-Doo. But Jay coming in, I believe, with a 6-7 point lead over. He's in 10th? 9th. Okay, thank you, Nicole. Nicole Farding, she is, I'll tell you what, she's the best announcer assistant any announcer ever had. I'll tell you, I love that girl. She should be getting paid. 9th place right now for Edworthy, and that's good news for both Farding and for Daly, who are both chasing down Edworthy right now. But Edworthy still got just over 11 minutes to go, so he's still got a lot of time to make up some positions. And Edworthy is one of those racers that comes on strong, especially toward the end, as you can see Farding up and down. And you can see, I mean, you can't really tell what the water conditions are like at home, but you can see by, how many times the boat's coming out of the water. There's Daly still in tow with Farding out in front. And it looks like Torrey off the pace a little bit now, as I just seen Daly go by, and I'm waiting for Torrey to come by. I haven't seen Torrey come by yet, but he was fighting with Miller. Okay, so Torrey did get by. There's Ramjeet there on boat number 116. So Ramjeet, again, currently running in that 5th place position. So, yeah, there is your battle between Tim Miller and Vanjie Ramjeet. As we take a look, Torrey Snyder is currently on the monitor here. Torrey's still running in 3rd spot. But Ramjeet right now really pressing Miller as they head on to the north side of the track, or the right-hand side of the track. And they got one big, long straightaway in the middle. And you can see how close Ramjeet, he's reeling in Miller out there. That is boat number 116, reeling in 37. But we're looking at 105 on the screen right now. Christian Daly out of the Noblesville, Carmel, Indiana area. Again, comes from a very, very famous racing family, the Daly family. Connor, I believe, took a 5th at the Indy 500 this year. His dad, Derek, raced cars for many years, was an ESPN broadcaster. His mom, Beth, used to race stand-up jet skis with us back on the Great Lakes Challenge Tour in the Midwest. All right, let me see here. Anybody else chiming in? Steve Hotchkiss is watching in. These guys are at the East Coast Watercross event at Watkins Glen, New York, for the two-stroke nationals up there, put on by our friends Sean Dudek and company from East Coast Watercross. Big shout-out to Steve and all the guys that are up there at Watkins Glen, New York. And best of luck to all of you up there, and stay safe. All right, just under 9 minutes to go. And the amateur racers, time for you to start getting ready. And looks like, I'm not sure if Edworthy's got a mechanical problem standing up on the boat out there. We've got him on the right-hand side of the screen, folks, as you're taking a look at the live stream. And I'm not sure if he is about ready to go lap down to your race leader, Farding, right now. There's Edworthy there. Looks like he was off the pace just a little bit. Actually, that is not Edworthy. That looks to be. That might be. It's not going to be DMAC on the C2. That's Edworthy right there that we got on the screen. But it looked like it was a boat number 23, which we don't have here. So that might have been 22. Could have been Anthony Radetich. He's been racing all over the world this year. There's 201. Chris Landis, sponsored by Mark Landis Racing, as well as Riva Racing, out of the Pompano Beach area down in southwest Florida. I'm sorry, southeast Florida. You can see Landis is right there behind Jay Edworthy. So that would put Landis at about 10th spot right now. Edworthy was in 9th at last check. 7.5 minutes left to go. Somebody on the live stream here saying, where's Jay? Jay, I believe, is in 9th place right now. Jay is in 9th place unofficially. Again, I'd go through your top 5 again. Devin Farding out in front. Daly in 2nd. Torrey Snyder in 3rd. And look at this. We got a little battle going on here. And it looks like Skip's involved in this battle. Skips, who took a 3rd overall for the Sheboygan round. Not running in the top 5 right now, but I would imagine he's probably running 6th or 7th. So Tim Miller, Vanjie Ramjeet, I believe we're still dicing it out, and I'm trying to figure. Yeah, Vanjie Ramjeet was able to get past on the 116. Tim Miller, 37, goes down 1, and Skips is moved his way up to 6th place. So a tough start there for Noah Skips, but it's not how it's not how you start; it's how you finish. And Noah's a young man. Matter of fact, his roommate is Devin Farding, and these guys are hanging out up at the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, while Noah's over here racing from New Zealand, and we certainly do welcome him over here. And battle for first really starting to heat up. Daly's starting to close that gap there between him and Devin Farding. Torrey Snyder also right there in the mix. So the top 3 starting to separate a little bit from the rest of the pack as they work their way onto the right-hand side of the track. So again, look at this. Edworthy is actually getting lapped by your top 2 riders right now. So he must be in 9th place. So a tough race here for Edworthy. Not sure if he might have some boat issues or not, but I'm sure they'll take it back to the jetx.ca trailer and spin some wrenches before they come back out here again. Meanwhile, it's Dev Dog and Christian Daly fighting it out in front. Who is it going to be? Who's going to have bragging rights underneath the Monster Energy Farding Racing camp here before the lunch break? There's the 110. Snyder still in 3rd. Ramjeet trying to reel in Snyder right now as they work their way up onto the top right-hand side of the track. And I believe that is Farding that we're taking a look at right now. That's on the left-hand side of the screen, and that's Daly right behind him. You can see Daly pulling up. I believe that was right beside Snyder. So Snyder trying to make a move on Daly on the inside right now. And that is Snyder. He looks like he's got a 00, but that's actually a 110 that he's got on out there. And he is working to the inside of Daly. It looks like he's going to have position. And Daly now getting past Edworthy. So Edworthy a lap down on both Daly and Snyder, who are going around. And you can see Farding right there in the picture too. So the top 3 are all right there within 6 seconds of each other between 1st and 3rd right now. And you can see Daly. You can see the pump wash coming out from Farding. Oh, Daly has actually went into the lead. That was Daly and Snyder. What we're getting here has went into the lead. Ramjeet is in 3rd, and Dev Dog is back in 4th, followed by Skips in 5th, which means Miller has slid back to 6th. So once again, I apologize for the confusion. We're sitting in easy up here, taking a look on a monitor. And we got quite the glare coming on the monitor, but we're doing the best we can with what we got. And we're glad everybody could tune in. It's again Christian Daly, Torrey Snyder running 1 and 2, and Torrey not giving up on Daly. And I'm not sure if that wasn't well, Snyder's still behind him. Okay, so Tori is still behind Daly as they just went past live time here. So a great race going on out in front right now with only 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Hey, Huey Avens, how you doing? Getting a big shout out from Ooltewah, Tennessee. Got a couple of the AJSA boys up there. Once again, while we have the opportunity, I'd like to say a very special thanks to our good friends from Monster Energy, our title sponsor here for the 2025 season. We are fueled by Short Block Technologies, presented locally by Cycle Springs Power Sports, and presented nationally from Experience Kissimmee, Reva Racing, Yamaha, ICOM Communications, Jet Pilot, and Fly Racing. So going back out there, again, under 3 minutes left to go. And it's Daly and Snyder fighting it out front right now. Looks like Daly still may have that lead, but you can see Snyder right there in the middle of your monitor. And he's trying to reel in Daly. Once again, Snyder looks like he's trying to go to the outside, just trying to find some clean water. And clean water is hard to come by here this weekend, with all the surrounding storms that are offshore and to the north of us and to the south of us. We're kind of like right in the pocket right now. Yesterday we were completely surrounded. Today things have started out okay. Hopefully they're going to end up okay. Once again, 20 minutes plus a lap, and we are currently at now 2 minutes plus a lap. 105, Christian Daly. Again, who's your daddy out of Indiana? He is out in front. Tori Snyder from just down the street in Bradenton. Benji Ramjeet up into third. Dev Dog in fourth on boat number 6. Noah Skips on 373 back there in the 5th spot. I'll have to figure out what happened with Devin Farding. Let everybody know who's listening in on the live stream, because we didn't see exactly what happened. Not sure if he maybe lost a lanyard or something, but he only lost 3 positions, and those 3 were all pretty tight. So once again, don't forget the final round here of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross season will be happening at September 6th and 7th, and that's going to be going on right up the street at the St. Petersburg Pier. Make sure that you mark that on your calendar, because it is the grand finale, and it's also the finale of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. So great reason to show up. You can watch some P1 Aquacross, some P1 Offshore, all brought to you by our good friends at Monster Energy. So I believe that was boat number 11 that we just took a look at. That's Denisio Casarini, originally from Italy. I believe now making his home down in Miami. Great to have Denisio. He's been riding with us for several years. Great to have him in attendance. Got a lot of new riders out there. 4 new riders out there today from what we had yesterday. And I'll tell you, those 4 new riders are probably pretty glad that they came today and not yesterday, because it was pretty gnarly. He's from Brazil. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, so he's from Brazil, and then Marcio's also from Brazil, right? Marcio Bendetti? Okay, he's living in Orlando, right. Gotcha. All right, so we've got a couple of Brazilians battling it out there with 529, Marcio Bendetti, and boat number 11, Denisio Casarini. I thought I heard that he was from Italy. No, he is from Brazil, so sorry about that. And again, time is starting to tick away here. We have under 2 minutes left. Just okay, so they will be getting confirmation here. Apologize, folks. We are getting the white flag the next time by. So the next time you see Daly and Snyder come by, they'll get the white flag. There goes the red and white Yamaha Benji Ramjeet, again sponsored by Victory, as well as VR Racing, Victory Marine, VR Racing, sponsoring him. And there is your race leader, who will be collecting the white flag this time around, Christian Daly. And Christian started off, it looked like he had a really good start, but Farding ended up grabbing the whole shot, but then Daly able to get past Farding, still being hunted down there by Tori Snyder, who is just off the right-hand side of our screen right now. I see Radetich coming by, and I think that's Daly coming up on the backside of Radetich, and Snyder still right there as well. So now we are on the final lap. The white flag is flying here at the Sheridan Sand Key. Glad everybody could make it to Clearwater Beach. Not the weather we normally expect here in Clearwater Beach, but I'll tell you what, we still have fun nonetheless. A great place to stay here, too, if you folks are listening in and you want a good place to stay down in Clearwater Beach, the Sheridan Sand Key. Got a great pool, jacuzzi, exercise room. They got all the amenities that you want here. Christian Daly, 105, still out in front. Tori Snyder on the 110 in second. Banji Ramjeet in third. Devin Farthing, boat number 6 in fourth. And Noah Skips, 373. Rounding out your top 5 on the final lap here of race number 1, round number 4. Once again, the amateurs will be coming up here, I believe, in just about 15, 20 minutes. We'll let you know as soon as this one is done. We appreciate everybody for listening in. And I got some more folks saying, hey, where's Jay online? And just so you know that Jay is currently running in that 9th, 10th spot, not having a good race out here. Just got lapped by your leaders. We're taking a look right now, 110. That is Snyder, who is still trying to chase down Daly. You can see the pump wash from Daly over on the left-hand side of your screen right now. And not too much time left to go in this one, as I believe those two are working their way to the top left-hand side of the track as we view it here from the pit area. They'll make the turn, come back in toward the shoreline. I think they got one small chicane, and then they'll head to the shoreline in a nice long front straightaway. Once again, folks, during in between the races, make sure you stop over at our good friends from Cycle Springs Power Sports and check out all the newest, the latest and greatest Yamaha wave runners and boats, as they are a part of the Demet Automotive Group here locally. So your race leader, one chicane to negotiate before we are in the books here. And here he comes, the center of the track. And how about, they are close. Look at this. They are very tight. You can't see how close in the whitewater is. You can see Tori just emerging from the whitewater there. And Tori, let's see if he works an inside-out move. They're going to come down the front straightaway. What's Tori going to do? Is he going to go inside or is he going to go outside? And it's a drag race down the front straightaway, and it looked like Christian Daly got him by a couple of boat lengths. So congratulations, Christian Daly. Tori Snyder, thanks for making it exciting for all of us here in the booth as we take a look right there at your race winner, Christian Daly. He's going to take the goggles off. Wins Pro Enduro race number 1 of round number 4 here. As we are awaiting boat number 116, Vanji Ramjeet, and boat number 6, Dev Dog, Devin Farthing. And the Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha team once again taking the top couple of spots right there. And in comes the rest of the pack, but we're focusing on Daly here on the monitor as he takes a look down. Looks like he's going to just kind of wait till the rest of his teammates get over here. And there's 110 Snyder. Him and Snyder congratulating each other over here on the north side of the track after the finish line. So only a couple more riders out there before we take them in. And there's 373 Skips, who got up into the top 5 after a horrible start. And glad to see Noah being able to make it up into that top 5 and staying consistent. You know, I talked to him at dinner last night about the consistency thing. And what a nice kid, man. Brought me a keychain all the way from New Zealand. Matter of fact, I just threw all my keys on it. Thank you, Noah Skips and Mandy, who is here with Noah. Great family coming up from New Zealand. And so those of you spectators that are out there, yeah, you got people here from far and wide. And your top 5 provisionally is boat number 105, Christian Daly. He'll take that much-needed 25 points back home with him. Boat number 110, Tori Snyder. Boat number 116, Vanji Ramjeet in third. Skips actually made it up into that 4th place position, was able to get past Farthing on that last lap. And you got to wonder if that injury's bothering Devin Farthing, as Devin ends up in 5th place. But I'm sure that he'll be back, and that is the way they stacked up here. Your provisional top 5 in the Pro Enduro, with Daly and Snyder running 1 and 2, Ramjeet in 3rd, and you had Skips in 4th. So those are, I believe, your top 4. As the wind is just starting to pick up just a little bit. You can see a little storm. You see a little storm off to the south side, but that's not supposed to be here for about another hour or so, so we should be able to get into some more racing. And folks, we'll be right back after these messages from our sponsors. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross round number 4, powered by Short Block Technologies and presented by our good friends over at Cycle Springs Power Sports. Hello, everybody. Mike Young along for the call, and we have the amateur class that is coming up next. And for those of you folks that were watching in with the pro live stream, this is going to be the same thing. We're going to go 20 minutes plus a lap. You know, if you take a look there in the background, you can see a front starting to build. And it's supposed to be hitting this way right about 11:30, between 11:30 12 o'clock. So I know that I think they planned on doing a lunch break while the weather was going through, and then we'll come back this afternoon with 2 pro races and 2 amateur races. Glad everybody could join us. Before we get started here with this broadcast portion of our show, I'd like to say a very special thanks to Monster Energy, Short Block Technologies, of course, Cycle Springs Power Sports, our good friends from Experience Kissimmee, as well as Progressive Insurance, Yamaha, ICOM, Jet Pilot, Fly Racing, and Reva Racing, all great sponsors. Now let's take a look at what the championship standings are after Sheboygan. 50-point lead for boat number 193, Cooper Caldwell, who's actually going to be racing some OPP this weekend. We'll talk more about that in a minute. 152 for Garrett Lofton, who has really come on strong here the last couple races. Michael Bouchard on that Yamaha GP 1800 with 122 points. This is kind of his home water here. I know that he wants to make a good showing. Mike Northrup in 4th place with 118 points. Glad to see that he is feeling a little bit better. Talked to him on the elevator today, and he's ready to go. In the 5th place in points, Klein Glidden, who took a 3rd yesterday overall with 112 points. Then we've got Nathan Dolly with 104. He'll be on 917. 176 is Valentino Lescano. He's got 84 points. 175, Daniel Fiallo with 82 points. And boat number 281, Armando Martinez with 71 points. And rounding out your top 10, boat number 333, Josiah Acosta with 58 points. So that's the way they stand in our point standings right now. However, I gave you the top 10. We've got 2,300 riders that are going to be on the line. Let's take a look at the amateur 200s first. Boat number 59, Caden Baldwin with a commanding lead. He's got like a 70-plus point lead over 2nd place right now, who is boat number 706, Noah Dolly, who has 134 points. Baron Mernick with 117 points. Andy Martinez, boat number 117, with 84 points. Gary Holbein Jr. with 76 points. Ian Newski with 44 points. And James Monroe Jr. with 37 points. I don't think I've seen James Monroe Jr. here or Andy Martinez. The 5 that we do got here today in the Enduro, and this is the way that they should be starting. We should have 706, Noah Dolly. 53, Gary Holbein Jr., boat number 59, Caden Baldwin, boat number 117. Actually, Andy Martinez is here. And then 297, Baron Mernick. That's right, Andy didn't race yesterday because he wasn't in Sheboygan. Now, representing the 300 class out there, we should have boat number 917, Nathan Dolly, 333, Josiah Acosta. And this is the order that they are lining up in as well. Boat number 193 is now boat number 110. That is Cooper Caldwell. So Cooper, I talked to him yesterday. He said, Mike, yeah, we came in, we put the boat up on the trailer, and we realized that the bottom hole, was cracked, and that they weren't going to be able to race that boat today. So Tori Snyder was nice enough to lend him a boat to get back out here and maintain that points lead. Once again, a 50-point lead coming into this one. Michael Northrup will be pitted right there beside Cooper Caldwell. And then you got Ian Newski on boat number 424. 828 is Shelby Warman. Boat number 174, Klein Glidden. Boat number 45 is Michael Bouchard. Boat number 82, Jonathan Dent. 714, Domenico Barilla. Boat number 20, that's Martin Bieswitz. Boat number 724 is Benjamin Montel. Boat number 281, Armando Martinez. 114, currently 2nd in the points. That is Garrett Lofton. Boat number 908 is Rafael Acosta. Boat number 176, Valentina Lescano. Boat number 175 is Daniel Fiallo. 771, Gavin Russo. Boat number 305, Pedro Jimenez. And rounding out your field, our newest rookie to the crowd, Anthony Rosado. So once again, 20 in the amateur 300, 5 in the amateur 200, 20 minutes plus a lap, 1.2 mile track, 14 different buoys out there. The 1.2 mile track This is probably, if not, I think this is the smallest track that we've seen all season. I think even Kissimmee was bigger than this track. I know down in New Orleans it was a 2-mile track, 1.75 miles up in Sheboygan, even though we didn't get to race on it that often. But this is probably the smallest track that we've seen. So everything's kind of like right out here in front of you. So all of you folks that are hanging out here at the Sheridan Sand Key, luckily for you, we're not going too far out or too far down, too far south, too far north. We'll kind of going to try to keep it right here in front of you. Once again, don't forget the finals here of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Series, powered by SBT and presented by Cycle Springs Power Sports. That is going to be going on over at the St. Pete Pier on September 6th through 7th. We invite everybody to come out for that one. And again, in this one here, first race of round number 4, Cooper Caldwell on some borrowed property. Going to be interesting to see how he navigates on this borrowed property. Now, I know Coop is a pretty, I don't know, he's a pretty good rider. He adapts very well. I know that he's got both a Sea-Doo and a Yamaha in the trailer, so he can ride both of those. Tori Snyder, again, lending him a boat. As we take a look on screen here, that is Klein Glidden. Klein came up from the Cayman Islands, where he actually raced the final SEWA race of the series. That's the Cayman Island Watercraft Association, and I know that we've got a bunch of our Cayman Islands folks watching in down there. Big shout out to Seth and Leela and the rest of the crew down there in the Cayman Islands. I think they're going to do one more one-off race this season. Probably know a little bit more about it by the September race. And any of you folks that are watching here on the Powerboat P1 YouTube channel, feel free to chime in if you have any questions. If you want to talk to the announcer direct, we'll talk to you in front of everybody right here. But yeah, if you have any questions as to what's happening, please just let us know. We are here to help. We're taking a look online right now with Caden Baldwin, boat number 59, who is perfect for the Sheboygan round. Took all 75 points, and again, he's got a 70-plus point lead coming into today's race. Again, 75 points to be had today. Got 3 motos for each of the classes. Hopefully we'll be able to get everything in. Again, our first race, 20 minutes plus a lap. And we've got people chiming in from everywhere. I'm getting hit from Facebook and getting hit personal messages and here on the YouTube channel. So we'll try to keep everybody as entertained as best we can. All right, looks like the rider's going to be coming back over for their Le Mans start. Once again, Le Mans start here in the amateur class, as well as the pro class. And for those of you guys who didn't see the start, the last time they come up about 15 yards on the beach, run down, jump through the waves onto the boat, and make sure that they throw their lanyard on the boat, take off. Big shout out, I believe we've got Seth Watler, who is checking us out down there from the Cayman Islands. He says, bless up, Uncle Mike. Okay, we've got some Klein Glidden fans that are now starting to chime in. Good stuff. All right, once again, just so everybody knows, tonight after the races, about 30 minutes after the last race, we'll go into the same room that we held registration in, and that is where we're going to be giving out awards. Now, we're not going to be giving out awards on the beach tonight, because obviously the weather has been up and down since we've been here on Friday. And again, you can see that ominous front that sits off to our southeast right now. And if you live in Florida, you see that line of clouds. That's where your front begins. And then you'll have rain and the bad stuff after that. But hopefully it's still about 30 minutes away. We can get this 20 minutes plus one moto in before the angel tears start falling here on Clearwater Beach. So once again, 25 racers in the first one, as the last of our racers starting to come in and take their position here for our Le Mans start. Again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to Cycle Springs Power Sports and their team. We had a great show over there at Cycle Springs on Friday. Had a meet and greet with all the Monster Energy celebrity athletes, which included Jeremy Millott, Jay Toohey, Andy Buckworth and Tyler Stewart, all professionals in their own right, but got out here and got to play on some Yamahas from Cycle Springs Power Sports yesterday, and the meet and greet was Friday. Great times down there. Great to meet Nick and his fine staff. And they're building a new complex down there at Cycle Springs. Going to house all their dealerships under one instead of having three buildings. But I believe they do have some of their newer boats down here on display. So if you are in the market for a personal watercraft, make sure that you pick it up from Cycle Springs Power Sports. Support those who support the sport, and we can't do it without the support that we get from folks like Cycle Springs. I see Mo Saudi in the house too. Maybe we can get him up here for an interview. Mo is one of the R&D guys over at SBT. I know that last time I talked to Mo, they were manufacturing that Lee Stone LSP hull. They were mass manufacturing it, and they were selling that for about $12,000 each. As we take a look online here, we see Cooper Caldwell. Again, Caldwell coming in with a 50-point lead over the rest of the pack. But he is going to be on boat number 110. He's going to be on some OPP, some other people's personal watercraft here today. All right. I love it. I see sending love from the Harborview Apartments to Mikey and the crew. Hey, I'll tell you what, crew, if you guys ever go to the Cayman Islands, the Harborview Apartments is the place you want to stay. Sits right there on Georgetown Bay. Absolutely amazing place. All the places with kitchenettes, beautiful beds, great AC, and you're right in the heart of Georgetown. So if you ever go down to the Cayman Islands, you're staying in Georgetown, hit up the Harborview Apartments. And Klein Glidden is one of our racers, boat number 174, that is sponsored by the Harborview Apartments. He's also sponsored by Monster Energy, Yamaha Farthing Racing, and I believe Broward Motorsports and Cabrera Tunes are also a big part of that team right there. So the day has not went south so far, and it looks like we are getting some more holders out there. And you can see these holders are getting beat up. For those of you folks that are watching in on the live stream, you know, the waves are only kicking at about 3 feet right now, but they're right in that break. I haven't talked to any of the pro riders yet. We'll see what what it was like there on the backside. So once again, just getting set to go. Winds have died down to 7 miles per hour. Sea's still at 3 feet. We're still at 82 degrees Fahrenheit. So not too much changing since that first race, since that first pro race. As there has been a call to order here for our Le Mans start, and we are just about set to go here from the Sheridan Sand Key. Folks, you're watching the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, round number 4, race number 1 here in the amateur 3 and 200 classes. So the rider's just waiting on the horn right now. And I'll tell you, this is where it pays to be a runner. We don't normally do a Le Mans start. We don't normally do a running start from out in the water. Well, this is where it pays to have that athleticism to get through that light chop and jump on that boat, get that lanyard hooked up, and get off and away. So once again, 20 riders in the 300 class, 5 riders in the 200 class. Current points leader Cooper Caldwell in the 300 class. Current points leader in the 200 class, Caden Baldwin, boat number 59. Merda Bena says, go Valentina. Valentina be on boat number 176 out there for all of you who are tuning in. She's got, easy to pick out, she's got a really cool looking iridium paint job. And you can see Liscano right there in the background of our left-hand side of the screen on our monitor. As riders told, okay, start to face the boats. And here we go. We are off and away. The horn has sounded, and we are going amateur racing here live from the Sheridan Sand Key here in Clearwater Beach. My name is Mike Young. Hope everybody's having a good day out there. How you doing today? It's all good. As we take off, we head into turn number 1. Now, once again, they'll come all the way around. And once they go past the start-finish line, that is the big checkered buoy that is up over here on the left-hand side of the track, south side of announcing. They'll be on a 20-minute clock. They'll have 20 minutes plus a lap It's them, man, machine, and Mother Nature all going head to head at the same time. So again, this is the first race of round number 4. 75 points to be had, 25 points per race. The way that our point scale works, we have 25 for first, 20 for second, 17 for third, so forth on down. We see boat number 20 there in the forefront of our picture, and I believe that is Martin Biswitz. But Biswitz gets passed up there by the top left-hand side of the track, and that's 714, sponsored by Arilla Construction. Domenico Barilla, one of our KG veterans out there. And going on, I believe, back out to the front. That is going to be Cooper Caldwell. Cooper Caldwell, boat number 110 on the OPP out there. He's making it happen, Captain. And says it doesn't matter what kind of boat I throw my leg over, Mike. I'm coming out in first place. So Cooper Caldwell, your race leaders, I believe he gets ready to come down the front straightaway. And there is Caldwell through the chicane, south side of the track. He'll get ready. He should be making a turn here any second, coming down the front straightaway. And here comes Caldwell. That is your race leader. It looks like 175, Daniel Fiallo has advanced up into that second place, and you can see first place just off the screen there on the right-hand side. I see Glidden also running up in the top 5 right now as I peek around my screen. We got a pretty big glare on this screen right here, so I'm trying to get all the numbers for you, but yeah, they're kind of small, but it's okay. It's okay. Maybe I'm just kind of old. Never thought of it that way. So once again, taking a look at 714, that's Domenico Barilla, and it looks like beside him, it looks like boat number 149, possibly. And we don't have a 149, so we'll call that Racer John Doe for now until we figure out who that is. And you can see just how big the waves are. I mean, you can't really, feel it at home. I mean, if you're here, you kind of get a little bit of a gist of, what's happening out there. And obviously, I think things are starting to pick up a little bit as that storm moves a little bit closer to us. And you can see, again, it's coming from the west. It's going to come probably right over top of us. As we take a look at the 110, and on the outside, it looks like Michael Bouchard. That was Michael Bouchard on the outside of 110. Cooper Caldwell. And there is Garrett Lofton on boat number 114. The cream's starting to rise to the top here. And we are still in the early stages of this one. As we've got just over 18 minutes plus a lap to go. These races normally 30 minutes plus a lap, but with the weather coming in, we shortened the first 2 races. We'll go back to our regularly scheduled program when we come back for the afternoon show. Glad all you great race fans could make it down to the beach here at the Sheridan Sand Key. Again, my name's Mike Young. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to come up and say hello. And we'd be more than happy to help you out any way that we can. So I'm taking a look at Caldwell, and I see 53 right there is on our monitor. Hey. Big shout out to the Florida ski riders, Randy Cabrera and his team, who put on the world's largest jet ski poker run right down the street here at the Dunedin Causeway. Make sure you check out the Florida ski riders and their website. And we've got a rider down, and you can see it looks like the hood is up on that boat. And we're trying to get a number, but again, these conditions right here, pretty tough just because we've got a glare here on the screen. That's Daniel Fiallo, 175. I seen it on the inside of his boat. Boat number 175, Daniel Fiallo, who was running in the top 3, now off of his boat. So a tough break there for Fiallo. And there we go on board with boat number 706. That is Noah Dolly, who came in top 3 in points in the amateur 200 class. Again, the current points leader in that class, boat number 59, Caden Baldwin out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina. Sponsored by Riva Motorsports as well as Champion Power Sports. And I believe that is 114 Laughlin that is on the screen right now. Hard to get these numbers as they're going back and forth, and they disappear every time they hit a wave. But that is 45 Bouchard that we're taking a look at now. I believe Laughlin right behind Bouchard. So Michael Bouchard, again, one of our amateur farthing racing competitors. Again, on the Monster Energy farthing racing Yamahas. I believe they're also getting the Cabrera tunes, and sponsored by Sam Nemi and the folks down at Broward Motorsports. Big shout out to Sam and Ashley, who are in the crowd with us today. So again, just under 16 minutes left to go here from the Sheridan Sand Key. And while we have a little bit of time, I'd like to say a very special thanks once again to Monster Energy, as well as Short Block Technologies, Cycle Springs Power Sports, Experience Kissimmee, Progressive Insurance. They sponsor our safety team out there. Yamaha, of course, ICOM Communications, Jet Pilot, Fly Racing, and Reba Racing, all supporting. As we go back on board with Garrett Lofton, currently sitting second in the points, coming into round number 4. He can make up a little distance there on Cooper Caldwell, but he's going to need to get past Bouchard first. When we look at number 53, that's Gary Holbein Jr. He may be leading in that 200 class. Looks like him and Baldwin kind of dicing it out right now, and they are deck to deck as you kind of see him disappear through that little sea haze that we got there. So Gary Holbein Jr., again competing in the in our 200 class, gets a little sideways there, lands it off axis, but he's able to keep it under control. He's out of Fairhope, Alabama. His father, Gary Holbein Sr., was the first race director I ever had when I opened up Surf and Turf Promotions back in 1995. Good to see. I knew him when he was just a wee little guy. Glad to see him out here racing, and I know he is sponsored by Jet Blast. Him and both Ian Newski, who are in this amateur class, are both sponsored by Jet Blast up there in Mississippi and Alabama. Glad to see they can make it down from the Panhandle. So we're under 15 to go. Matter of fact, just over 14 to go here in this one. Hope everybody's having a good Sunday morning out there as we go back on board with Garrett Lofton. Lofton, again, I believe, sponsored by VR Racing and Victory Racing. That's Vanjie Ramji. And helping him out, Michael Bouchard in front, Lofton in second, Gavin Russo, 771 in the third place position. And I guess you could say this is kind of Gavin's home water as well. Now, I noticed his dad, Jason Russo, was studying last night about how to actually do a Le Mans start. He might want to take some pointers from his son, Gavin, because it seems like Gavin had a little better start than he did. You know, just saying. So Gavin Russo currently sitting in that third place spot. Then we've got Craig Howie saying, "Go Coop, go Baron." How you doing, Craig? Glad you could chime in here on our YouTube, Powerboat P1 channel in the 200 class right now. Your top 3, Gary Holbein Jr., he's on boat number 53, Caden Baldwin on boat number 59, and you got Baron Mernick on boat number 297. Now, I talked about Gary's sponsors, I talked about Caden's sponsors. Baron sponsored by MTI Boats, as well as Monster Energy and Caldwell Racing on boat number 297. This is his first year of racing. He's done very well. I believe he currently sits second in the points coming into round number 4. Taking a look at Yaniel Fialo, who was in the top 5 in points, but had to get off just a little bit earlier. He's competing today on that Yamaha GP 1800 and had to get off about lap number 2. And now trying to make up a little bit of time as we got 12:30 left on the ticker. Once again, anybody looking to chime in about the races online, please feel free. We've got a couple different monitors here that I'm taking a look at as we look at Lofton up there on the main monitor, currently sitting in second place. I was trying to see if you can see a little bit of pump wash from Bouchard, who's in first place, just out in front of him. Bouchard probably with about a 4 to 5 second gap between he and second place. So Bouchard, Lofton, 1 and 2, and Gavin Russo looking for his best finish of the 2025 campaign. And Gavin, who grew up right here, these are kind of his home water. Grew up right down the street in Bradenton, Florida, where his father owns Russo Marine. So he's grown up around the racing and the boating his entire life. So pretty cool to see Gavin out there and having a good day out here, at least in this first race. So once again, hope Dad's taking notes on that Le Mans start. That was a pretty good Facebook post. Got Jason reading the Bible last night. He's like, I'm learning about the Le Mans start. Hey, back in the fourth spot here in this one, though, we've got Domenico Barilla, and then we got Josiah Acosta out of Hudson, Florida. Glad to see Acosta doing so well. He's another one, I believe he's currently in the 10th spot in points coming into this weekend. So Josiah coming a long way in a short time. Didn't have the greatest of seasons last year, but you can tell he's went back to Hudson. He's done his homework. And right now he's chasing one of the elder statesmen of our sport, Domenico Barilla. Again, sponsored by Arilla Construction. And I tell you, Domenico, I think his first race was with us up in Fort Walton Beach back in the late 90s, early 2000s. So he's another one that's been racing for nearly 3 decades. It's always great to see him come out and race. Caden Baldwin just came into the shoreline, and he was in second, so not quite sure if Caden is having a boat problem out there. However, remember, Caden had a 70-point lead, over a 70-point lead coming into this race right here. He can afford to lose some points. You know, he don't want to afford to lose all 75 points from today, but he can't afford to lose some points because even if he gets back out there and he finishes, he's still going to get some fifth-place points, which aren't too bad, which I believe is like 14 points. And again, taking a look at your AM200 out there, it's Gary Holbein Jr. out in front. Baron Mernick has moved up into second. Noah Dolly, sponsored by JetX.ca, in third. Baldwin has, they say he's in fourth right now, but he did pull onto the shoreline, so I'm not sure if that means Andy Martinez is out. We'll have to find out if 117 is has pulled out of this one, but Baldwin currently sitting in fourth place. And it looks like Valentina Lescano has also come off the track. So sorry to be the bearer of bad news, Murda, who is saying go Valentina. But Valentina has pulled off the track as well. And again, we're going back on board there with Garrett Lofton, who has got a pole in the water. He's trying to reel in Michael Bouchard. Bouchard from right down the street in Bradenton, Florida. I think a lot of us that are here actually used to live down in Bradenton, Florida. You know, I lived down there for about 7-8 years myself. Beautiful place, and that's what I was talking about yesterday. You know, the west coast of Florida, you never see the west coast of Florida this angry. It's like Mother Nature knew that we were coming and just threw in an equalizer on us. Greg, we're going to try to find out and see if we can find out what place Cooper Caldwell is in. Not running in the top 5 right now. He's on boat number 110. And I believe that was Acosta that just came through the start-finish line on boat number 333. Once again, Acosta was running in 5th place out there. So your leaders, there's Dolly. I believe that's Dolly running in the 5th place. We're looking at Domenico Barilla on screen right now. Domenico, one of the only Cowies out here this weekend. Always been a Cowie guy. Domenico Barilla, his lovely wife Michelle, I'm sure, is watching in from the pits. Always making sure that the boys are taken care of. Now, I didn't see DB3's entry on here, so DB3 must not be racing today. That's Domenico's boy, who's been racing the last couple of events, but I know it is time. I believe the kids have already started school, so he might be back in college. So once again, Barron sitting in second on the 200 class, just behind Gary Holbein Jr. We're still trying to figure out where Coop's at on boat number 110. As soon as we know up here, we'll let you know out there. But what's not in the top 5 graphic, the last lap around, as we take a look up, just over 7 minutes to go here in this amateur race. And we'll probably be taking a short break, let this weather pass through, and be back this afternoon with 2 more races. So glad everybody could check us out here at the Powerboat P1 YouTube page. Well, thank you very much. I guess Cooper Caldwell came off the boat a couple of laps ago, so he's, I believe, a lap down right now. So we're trying to figure out what exact place he was in. But again, he's got some points to give up. You know, there's nothing, nothing crazy about it. So boat number 53, that is your 200 leader out there, Gary Holbein Jr., again out of Fairhope, Alabama. Been racing for about the last 5 years or so. Been doing a lot of closed course racing. This is his first year as a P1 Aquacross racer. And for those of you who might be spectators out there, you hear me say closed course. The closed course racing is more like a sprint. This is endurance racing, 30 minutes normally plus a lap. We're only doing 20 plus a lap here in this one right here, as we are just under 6 minutes to go for those of you who are listening in. So it looks like there has been a lead change here in the both the 300 and the 200 class. Garrett Lofton has moved up into first in the 300 class, followed by Bouchard, and then Gavin Russo. In the 200 class, Baron Mernick has moved into the lead just in front of Gary Holbein Jr. and Noah Dolly. So that's the way they stack up 1 through 3 right now. Again, in the 300 class, Lofton has overtaken a lead from Michael Bouchard. And in speaking with Mike last night at the P1 Aquacross dinner that we had a nice little banquet where we recognized our Monster Energy celebrities and all the winners from Sheboygan, but also had a nice little dinner there. Got a chance to talk to Mike, and he said, you know, Mike, he's like, I'm just not used to this anymore. He's like, it was pounding out there yesterday, and I am definitely a little bit sore. So, you know, it's great to see Bouchard out there, but, you know, if you look at Michael Bouchard, you know, he's one of us, I believe, that are close to the 50 and over class, but this guy is still solid. He is still in great shape, and he's got a great ride with the Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha team. So again, looks like on the screen here, it looks like Lofton getting past a back marker there. It looks like the back marker was way off of the pace, as we are just over 4 minutes plus a lap to go. Garrett Lofton took the lead about a lap and a half ago and has not looked back. Still got Bouchard back there in second. And I believe that is Gavin Russo, boat number 771, is back there in the third spot. And Russo, who started from way on the outside, was able to get a good start and parlay it into a third place. And he hasn't moved since he got there. So that's pretty much the story here. Garrett Lofton having a decent day yesterday, ending up second, I believe, on the podium here in the AM 300 class to Cooper Caldwell. And looking to try to stand atop that podium tonight, try to gain back some points on Caldwell. We'll see if Caldwell, they get that boat back together. But well, actually, they're not going to be able to get the boat back together because the one boat's got a cracked hull. So that's a tough break for Caldwell. So he's going to be on pretty much Snyder's boat for the rest of today. As you see our race leaders just starting to disappear between the waves, and you can see the chops really starting to build a little bit. I would say when we started this race, they were breaking at about 3. I would say they're probably breaking closer to 4, maybe 5 on the outside. Again, you're watching the amateur 300 and 200 here. This is the first race, round number 4 of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Series, powered by Short Block Technologies and presented by Cycle Springs Power Sports. Hope everybody's having a pretty cool Sunday morning out there. It's fun to be down here in Clearwater, even though, you know, sometimes the weather doesn't agree with us all the time. Hey, it's all good. Not a problem, not a problem. We figured it out and was able to at least get through that Sheboygan round yesterday. It took us till 5 o'clock, but we got around it. And we also had the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Celebrity Challenge. Again, thanks again to Jeremy Mallett, Jay Toohey, Andy Buckworth, and Tyler Stewart for coming down here and showing off your prowess on a personal watercraft. Once again, not too much time to go. Just over a $1:30 left on the clock. And trying to answer all the questions here. Oh, okay, so boat number 110 had a broken supercharger hose clamp. That was what was happening there. Baron Mernick still your leader in the 200 class. Still Lofton on boat number 114. in the 300 class. As I'm trying to answer messages and monitor two monitors. Hey, it's all good though. You see, Russo's still in that third place. That's, I'll tell you what, that's impressive for Gavin Russo. This would be his best finish ever in the M300 class. And again, Russo out there on boat number 771. In case you're looking for him, your race leader in that class is Garrett Lofton on boat number 114. Michael Bouchard, boat number 45, sitting in second. And here they are the standings in our 200 class with just under a minute left. We've got Baron Mernick out in front, Gary Holbein Jr. in second, and Noah Dolly in third. Again, Mernick sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Holbein sponsored by Jet Blast, and Dolly sponsored by JetX.ca. So the front's starting to move a little bit closer, and looks like we might be getting off the water here just in time, as the white flag should be coming out for your race leader this next time around. And there is Lofton right there. I just seen Barilla go by, so Lofton's probably somewhere on the top right-hand side of the track. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's where I see the camera pointed right now. So that is boat number 114, Lofton. And you can see the sea mist. You can see just how tough visibility is out there. You guys that are watching at home, you're seeing the same thing that I'm seeing right here. So we do have a lot of sea mist. Winds start to pick up just a little bit. But again, Lofton will get the white flag next time around. He's got just about a lap and a half to go before this one is in the books. Baron Mernick still in control in the 200 class. Those are your two leaders, Lofton and Mernick. Again, just as a reminder, if you like what you see out here today, maybe you got to check out a little bit early. You can't stay for all the finals today. Well, make your plans to be in St. Pete. Join us on September 6th and 7th. We'll be over there invading the St. Petersburg Pier, and we'll be there with the P1 Offshore, Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown Series. So that's going to be going on too. So all kind of fun to be had in St. Pete. Make your plans to be there on September 6th and 7th as we focus back in on Garrett Lofton, who is your race leader. And you can see Lofton getting ready to make the turn up there on the top left-hand side of the track. That would be the southwest side of the track as we view it here from announcing. And Lofton should be coming in, setting up for a right turn into a left turn and then toward the front straightaway here before he collects that white flag. Again, not too much time left to go here for the amateur 200 and 300. Lofton has been in control for about the last 5 laps now. He was able to get past Michael Bouchard. And here comes Lofton. Lofton with the white flag. Works the center middle section of the track, and now he's going to work over to the right-hand side of the track. As I'm looking for Bouchard, Lofton has really put a lot of distance. Looks like we got 2 back markers, 3 back markers that are in between first and second place. Waiting for Bouchard to come past that start-finish line. That 4 back markers in between first and second. So once again, Garrett Lofton in control of this one. And it being Sunday, he could pretty much put her in cruise control for the rest of this one. As he's got a big gap between he and Michael Bouchard. Bouchard once again on boat number 45 out there. I see Domenico Barilla making a pass through our start-finish line as well. We'll see if we can't get an updated in the 300 class. Yeah, I'm still getting boat number. Oops, there we go. 300 class still Lofton. Then you got Domenico Barilla that has actually moved up into second. And that's kind of what I seen too. I was wondering where those other 3 went in the 300 class. So you got Lofton followed by Barilla. Barilla's about 15 seconds behind Lofton. Then you got Baron Mernick just ahead of Gary Holbein Jr. in the 200 class, as we are under white flag conditions here at the Sheridan Sand Key. Beautiful Clearwater Beach, voted America's #1 beach. As we sit right here on the Gulf of America. right, so once again, coming up on the checkered flag here shortly, just a couple more buoys to negotiate before this deal is in the books, and it looks like it's going to be Garrett Lofton taking home the 25 points here from race number 1, round number 4, the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, powered by SBT and presented by Cycle Springs Power Sports. So again, Lofton, you can see gets a little bit sideways there. You can see the waves starting to pick up just a little bit. And we've got some yellow flags down here on the front straightaway. Not going to affect Lofton as he's going to come through the checkered flag. Congratulations to that young man right there, sponsored by Victory Marine and VR Racing. Garrett Lofton, winner of the Amateur Enduro race number 1. Now, Domenico Barilla, I believe, was in second place, so we're watching for the 714 to come back past our start-finish line. Meanwhile, the camera's going to focus on Lofton. Again, sporting that big Victory Marine sticker on the side, VR Racing, which is Vanjie Ramjeet Racing. Vanjie doing very well in the pro class, so both of them up there in the top 5 in race number 1, round number 4. And it looks like I think I just seen the 110 come through. That was Cooper Caldwell. I believe Cooper might have been down a lap. I think he's still going to get some points, though. That's not good news for anybody else because Coop came in with a 50-point lead. There's Domenico Barilla coming in on 714. Unofficially, he was your second-place competitor. There is number 53 coming through. That was Gary Holbein Jr., second in the 200 class. We didn't see 267 Baron Marinick come through, but he was, I believe, your winner in that 200 class. As we hone in back to our start-finish line, it looks like Michael Bouchard is now coming through on boat number 45, and I believe unofficially that might have made Bouchard third place in the 300 class. We'll have to see what the provisional results are, and we'll get them to you as soon as we have them here. Once again, some pervading skies off to the west and southwest. And I think that they are, from what I heard earlier today, that they may be taking a short break between this race and our next pro race. We'll talk to Sean Hagan, and we'll let you know. Okay, so the word I'm getting from our race director, Sean Hagan, said we've got to move a couple of buoys around. So this is going to be a short break. We're hoping to be able to run through this, but this is going to be a very short break, and we're looking to be started back again at 12:30. That's what we were originally scheduled on our schedule. So hopefully this weather system will move a little bit to the south of us, or it'll kind of carve on each side of us. But as of right now, we are going back to racing at 12:30. So we'll be back probably around 12:15 or so, folks. Hope everybody's enjoying their Sunday. And we don't have messages, but we do have a board that's going to be up. So expect me back. I'll be back somewhere right around 12:15, 12:20. If there is a weather delay, it'll be posted on the board. Once again, thank you for playing on the Powerboat P1 YouTube page. My name's Mike Young, and we'll be back in just a couple of moments. Hey, for those folks who are listening in on the Powerboat P1 YouTube live stream, the guys are just heading to the water now. We're kind of trying to race in between storms. We're glad that everybody is being patient with us, but we should be back from this weather delay probably within the next 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Sheridan Sand Key for round number 4 of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, powered by Short Block Technologies and presented locally by Cycle Springs Power Sports. Well, folks, you can see conditions have somewhat deteriorated since this morning, and we're trying to get the boats in the water and the riders ready to go. We've kind of racing in between storms here today, and we again apologize for any inconvenience that this may have caused any one of you. But you can see the riders and their holders, their pit crews, frantically getting the boats in the water and ready to go. You see Logopolis there, Christian Daly in the forefront. Christian taking a win in the first moto a little bit earlier today. Conditions, again, though, a lot different. Now 80 degrees, winds out of the southwest at 9 miles an hour, and the waves are rising 4 to 5 feet right now. Again, we had 3-foot waves a little earlier. It was a little bit hotter. Sunshine was out, but we had some wind and a real bad storm that just came through. So again, we apologize for the delay, but we are back on it, getting everybody in the water. We're going to have a Le Mans start here for race number 2 of our pro class. And as I take a look down, I believe that from what I had heard during the break, that they may only be going 20 minutes plus a lap, but they're trying to get this one in, another amateur one in before the storms come through again, and then probably try to get one through before the end of the day today. So once again, we've been fighting Mother Nature out here again this weekend. We've been plagued since Sheboygan. Yesterday, at least we were able to get into two makeups from Sheboygan, so we still have 2 more to go today, which would complete round number 4 for us. Again, while we have the opportunity, I'd like to say a very special thanks to some of our other sponsors that may not be here with us today, but they are our national sponsors, folks like Experience Kissimmee, Progressive Insurance, Yamaha, ICOM Communications, Jet Pilot, Fly Racing, and Riva Racing. And here is our start list here for the Pro Enduro. You got boat number 110, Tori Snyder. He'll be joined by boat number 37. That is Tim Miller. Dennis Mack will be on the 243. Ian Smith, Smitty will be on 126. Devin Farthing will be on boat number 6. Trey Williams on 618. Noah Skips on 373. Tim Hickman on boat number 16. 477 is the Chicken Man. Jay Edworthy, 116. Vanjie Ramjeet, 22. Anthony Radetich. And boat number 105, Christian Daly. Now, for those of you folks that weren't here a little bit earlier today, just as a reminder, a quick little recap as to what happened. We had Christian Daly, who fought it out with Tori Snyder about the last 5 minutes, and Daly ended up taking a win. Snyder ended up in second. Third place was Vanjie Ramjeet from VR Racing and Victory Marine. In the 4th spot, Noah Skips, and in the 5th spot, Devin Farthing. Farthing a little bit sore from a get-off that he had yesterday. And other notables here, Jay Edworthy not placing in the top 5 in that race right there. Still did pretty well, still got some points. But he came into the weekend, into today actually, round number 4, the points leader. He had like a 6 or 7 point advantage over Christian Daly. Daly shaved about 5 of those off. It's close within just a couple points right now between Daly and Edwards. And again, this is race number 2, round number 4, as we are set to go here as a part of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, powered by SVT and presented by Cycle Springs Power Sports. Taking a look at Daly right there, as we pointed out, he was the winner in our first Pro Enduro race a little earlier today. Started off in second and third, had to work his way through the pack, but about halfway through. And there is Tori Snyder. That's his teammate, his good friend from Bradenton, Florida. Again, Daly from Indiana. And Snyder from just right down the street, as it looks like they're getting set to go. And we are off and away, not wasting any time. And again, you can see these gnarly conditions. Daly going to be right beside Tori, but it looks like Farthing getting out in front in a hurry from the middle section of the pack. Now, Farthing started off in first in that last race, ended up in 5th place, but again, as I pointed out, had a hard get-off yesterday, and I know that that leg, he's got to be a little bit sore. So we are back at it here, live from the Sheridan Sand Key, and once they come all the way around and go past our start-finish line, They will be on our clock, and the clock should be up on the monitor here in just a couple of moments, folks. And as we take a look out there, it looks like it's Farding right now. It is out in front on boat number 6. Once again, Devin Farding out of Ackworth, Georgia, currently going to the University of Tennessee, and he's sponsored by Monster Energy, Yamaha, Farding Racing, and I believe he gets out of the Cabrera Tunes as well, and Broward Motorsports, all helping him out, and that whole entire team out. And that looks like 110 right there, Tori Snyder that we're seeing on the left-hand side of your monitor. And trying to get a number. Who's chasing him here on the inside? I believe that's Ramjeet. And Ramjeet looking to overtake that second-place position from Tori Snyder on the Victory Racing Yamaha. So Vanjie trying to settle in there at second place. Hasn't had the greatest of starts here in 2025, but it looks like that time he got out there in a hurry. So Ramjeet now going to be chasing Farding. And you can see more battles going on here, and I believe that is a battle for third place. As we take a look out there, and I believe that's Tori Snyder still maintaining that third place position. Big shout out to Todd Sarsinski, who is saying, let's go Jet X, as them guys are live right now up in Watkins Glen, up in New York, racing the two-stroke nationals. There's 373, Noah Skips, working left to right on your screen, folks. And Skips with a fourth place finish. A little earlier today, I believe he was third in the points coming into the weekend. And also made the podium, took a third place for the podium in or last night as we concluded the Sheboygan race. And once again, you can see just how rough it is at home. Take a look at that water. Ramjeet taking a look around him, and you know he's now living up in Bethlehem Township, Georgia, but originally from the Cayman Islands, and you don't see water like this in Bethlehem, Georgia, or the Cayman Islands on any given day, unless there's some type of a hurricane or crazy storm going around. As we go back on board there with Tori Snyder, Tori on the Yamaha GP 1800, again part of the Farding Racing team, which houses a bunch of our racers out there, and you can see just how close they are. It's like Snyder and Ramjeet, and Snyder trying to work to the inside of Ramjeet right now as they go hull to hull, deck to deck, and Tori getting out the broom. He's sweeping hard. I'm not sure, you can't see through the whitewater. Now you can see Vanjie just a little bit there on the 116. So you got the 110 battling it out with the 116, and look at that. It looked like Snyder had to cross over Vanjie's wake right there just to make that turn, because it looked like he got pushed to the inside of that turn out there. I believe that was on the top right-hand side of the track. So, again, this is your battle for second. That's on the screen right now. Vanjie Ramjeet takes a look behind him, and you'll find Tori Snyder right there in his back pocket. And meanwhile, with those two battling it out, it's giving Devin Farding a little bit of breathing room out there in the front. So you got Farding, Ramjeet, and Snyder running 1, 2, and 3. And these are these results I'm talking about, are placements I'm talking about. These are unofficial. It looks like we're already, I'm not sure if that's lap traffic, but that is Devin Farding as he takes a look off to his right. And it looks like there was a rider that was right there behind him. Still trying to get the number on that rider there. Is that Christian Daly? That might be Daly. Yeah, it is. So that's Daly in second, and that's that would be Vanjie in third, and Tori Snyder in fourth. So Snyder and Ramjeet going at it for that third place position. And you can see right there Farding and Daly. Farding still leading Daly by about 3 boat lengths. Daly crossing over the wake, trying to find some clean water on the inside. Looks like he's going to have position as they come up to this next buoy. 13 buoys on the track, 1.2 miles long. And Devin Farding able to, well, it gets caught up. And going on the outside was Daly. So Daly moves into the lead. Christian Daly just gets past Devin Farding on that back section. So Farding back to second, Ramjeet in third, Snyder in fourth, and Noah Skips rounding out your top 5. As we take a look up, we got just over 16 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Once again, glad everybody could listen in on our Powerboat P1 broadcast here, round number 4 of the Monster Energy P1 AquaX. And look how close first and second is. Farthing right there. It doesn't look like he's happy with second. Daly got him in that first one, and then Farthing worked his way backwards. But Farthing, once again, looked like he was going to kind of dive to the inside there and then got pushed out by a wave. And here comes Daly again on that outside. Daly finding a little bit cleaner water there. And I'll tell you, clean water is in high demand here this weekend. There hasn't been too much of it out there. So once again, that's Daly working right to left down that back section of the course. And Farthing just off of the screen here on the right-hand side. So we'll see if you can see the gap here, because there wasn't that big of a gap, and it looks like Daly's starting to extend that gap. There's Farthing coming into the picture now. As you see first and second, you can see the gap there between first and second, and you can almost see the gap there between second and third too, which is Farthing and VJ. So once again, lots of time left to go here in this second race for our pro class. Second race for the amateur class should be coming up next. And you can see just how close that was right there. And I'm not sure if that rider came off the boat. Trying to get a number. I think that might have been Skips right there. That might have been a battle for fifth place. As actually, that was Skips, yeah, 373. Easy to pick out with those yellow goggles and the white wetsuit pants. And that's how you got to, a lot of these guys, all their boats are painted the same, so you've got to kind of differentiate them like that. And it looks like that is Snyder that has slipped back behind Skip. So Skip overtakes that fourth place position, and Snyder back to fifth. 105 again is Daly out in front, followed by Farthing, and then you got Ramjeet on 116, 373. Noah Skips, and 110, Tori Snyder. That rounds out your top five here with just over 14 minutes left on the clock. Been a blustery weekend here in Clearwater, but we're glad everybody could hang out with us. And you guys at home can see just how crazy the surf is right now. Daly still out in front of Farthing, and this is what Daly did last time. He was able to get past Farthing, but it took him a little longer last time. And Farthing just kind of faded at the end. But again, like I say, I know that that soreness can't help. He took a bad shot yesterday. Came off the boat and did about 3 cartwheels on the back section of the track, and then had to shake out the cobwebs. And as I take a look down, I believe that last moto yesterday where Farthing did came off, I think he still ended up in the top 6. So even after coming off, climbing on back onto the boat after having first place, he came back in, I believe, got 6th place points, and that was enough to give him the overall for round number 3 in Sheboygan. Again, coming into today's points, though, it was Jay Edworthy on the JetX.ca Sea-Doo that was had like a 5 or 6 point, 7 point advantage. Daly picking up an extra 5 points, probably a couple more. So Daly is probably your points leader coming into this individual race right here. As we go back on board with Dev Dog, Devin Farthing. Again, sponsored by Monster Energy, Yamaha, Farthing Racing, as well as friends from Broward Motorsports and Cabrera Motorsports. And it looks like Daly with a little bit of breathing room now. Farthing backed off the gas just a little bit, but he can't back off too much because he's got that guy right there who's coming into your screen. That is 116, Vanjie Ramjeet. And Ramjeet pinning it to win it out here, and so far has had a pretty good weekend. Had a top 3 and a top 5 finish yesterday. Looking for a top 3 finish here today, and possibly making it back up onto the podium, which will be held about 30 minutes after the last race tonight. So we got Skips right now, and Skips trying to reel in Ramjeet on the 116. Noah Skips again out of New Zealand. Great to have the Kiwis up here racing with us. And Skips is one of those up-and-comers. He opened everybody's eyes last year when he came over and he raced the amateur 300, moved right up into the pro 300, and spent no time making it onto the podium in New Orleans. So he is definitely one you want to watch out for, one of the future threats, or one of the young guns, as we like to call him. And he sits right in front of that guy right there, Tori Snyder, who is definitely no slouch, and you're in Tori's home water. And I think Tori can smell the blood in it right now. So Tori will work his way on that top right-hand side of the track, and now down the back straightaway. trying to keep an eye as to what is going on as we are just over 11 minutes. Amateur racers, stand by. Once again, amateur racers, stand by. You'll be coming up after this. And we're going to try to keep on running while we've got the weather to do it, folks. So, again, we appreciate you folks that are here with us, that have taken time out of your weekend to be here with us. We appreciate your patience and all you folks listening at home. Looks like Tori is slowed just a little bit. He slowed just a little bit. Not quite sure if that was a mechanical issue or what, but we could see it on the TV screen. As I was telling everybody, I appreciate your patience. And Tori Snyder right now, I believe, still in the fifth place position, right behind that was 373 Skips, and third place is 116 Ramjeet. Six is in second. That is Devin Farthing, and leading the way around the pack is none other than Christian Daly. And Daly coming back to racing this season after a 2-year hiatus, and we certainly are glad to have him back in the pits. That's the Devil Deuce that we got on the screen right now, and that's Anthony Radetich, who this time last weekend was racing in Indonesia. So again, these racers coming from all over to be here with us in Clearwater Beach here this weekend. And it's unfortunate, but Mother Nature not really being too cooperative here with us. But I'll tell you what, it just makes it exciting for all of us that are sitting here watching. You know, obviously, those guys and gals that are out there racing today, they're going to be taking a beating. But I'll tell you what, they're all doing it for us. I mean, this is, when you watch racing, this is the kind of racing you want to watch. I just wish that it wasn't so gray in the background. You could get a better picture, a better shot of what's going on here. Christian Daly, still your race leader, followed by Farthing, Ramjeet, Skips, and Snyder. So no passing that last time around, as we are over halfway through with this second pro race from round number 4 here, the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross National Championships. So once again, only one class in this one right here. I had somebody say, where's the 200 class? Well, the 200 class only races, they only race with the amateurs, and the amateur 300, 200. That will be coming up next as we keep our eyes on Christian Daly right here. And Christian just starting to extend that lead every little bit over Farthing. And Farthing's got to watch out because he's got Ramjeet right there in his back pocket. So a real big battle going on for 106, or I'm sorry, 6 and 116. So once again, hovering just over 8 minutes left to go. Just over 8 minutes plus a lap. Still Farthing trying to fish in or reel in. Boat number 105, Daly. And you can see Farthing right there. Daly pretty much out of the picture right now. And I believe back there in the third place position is still Ramjeet. There is boat number 243, another one of the Farthing Racing riders. That is D-Mac, one of the most experienced riders that we got out there. I believe he's running right in front of that guy right there, 105, Christian Daly. Daly is out in front. And once he got past Farthing, hasn't looked back yet. Farthing's still right there, though. Farthing's about 3.5, 4 seconds off the pace. You can still see him in the picture. As meanwhile, Daly working his way through lap traffic on the back section of the track right now. That's right to left as we view it, north to south here at Clearwater Beach. And Daly looking strong out there. And, you know, I pointed it out back in New Orleans. You know, you could tell that, Daly took 2 years off. But I think he spent that whole 2 years in the gym because Daly was looking pretty buff in New Orleans and back in Sheboygan and over in Kissimmee a couple weeks ago. So he's obviously got the physical capability. Can the boat hold together for 6 more minutes and 45 seconds? We'll see. But again, we talk about the mental capacity as far as this too. You know, you get to a little bit latter stages in the race, you start to lose your focus just a little bit. And with all this surf going on, I mean, it's absolutely nuts. It looks like boat number 110, we said that he might be having mechanical problems just about a lap or two ago. And it looks like he has pulled off. So Torrey Snyder off the track right now. Maybe he can get back on there to keep some points. But Torrey also up there in the top 5 in points for the season. And again, Torrey taking a second in the first race here of round number 4. So this could really hurt his chances for a podium. Meanwhile, that guy is clean and green right now. Boat number 105, Christian Daly. And you can see, just how rough it is out there. He's getting popped up and banged around, and now coming down that front straightaway. So he's probably got about 4 more laps left to go at most. Lap times have been hovering right around minute 45 here for the pro class, especially with the surf that we've had coming in. As Daly works that center section of the track, he'll get ready and make that chicane. There we go, right turn down the center middle section of the track as we view it here from the pit area. Once again, a big shout out to everybody listening in on the Powerboat P1 YouTube channel. Haven't had any questions here on the second half of the day so far, but if you guys want to chime in, you guys got any questions, anything that we may be able to help you with, please feel free to chime in online. And we're taking a look at boat number 6 right now. That is Farthing, and Ramjeet's got to be right there behind him. So we got Daly about 5 seconds out in front of Farthing. And as we pan out just a little bit, you can see the sea mist out there. It makes it hard to see everything. As we put the walls up on the tent down here, so I can't really see the real track right now. But I'm taking a look at the monitor, and that looks like that could be Ramjeet right there. Or check that. That is that's the Chicken Man. That is Jay Edworthy, folks. So we're going to see where Edworthy is out on the track right now. If he has worked his way back up to that 3rd or 4th position. 201 is currently in 5th. That is Chris Landis, who has moved up into the 5th place position, sponsored by Mark Landis Racing and Riva Racing. As we go back on board there with Jay Edworthy, and he's getting tossed around like a rag doll out there too. Jay, a taller, lanky racer, but you can see these waves right here not being kind to the Sea-Doo. With just about 3.5 minutes left to go here. This is the second race, round number 4 for our Pro Enduro class. So we got 105 out in front. That is Daly, followed by boat number 6. Farthing, 116. Ramjeet, 373 is Skips. And boat number 201, that's Landis, that has moved up into that 5th place position. So congratulations, Chris Landis, looking for his best finish here of the 2025 season so far. Always nice to see Chris' smiling face in the pits. Got a chance to say hello to him yesterday, and that's when I realized, I asked him, why aren't you racing? And it was only the folks from Sheboygan that were signed up for Sheboygan that were allowed to race yesterday. So Chris only racing the 3 races that we have for our pro class today. And again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to our good friends from Cycle Springs Power Sports, Nick and his staff rolling out that proverbial red carpet for us. Great time over there with our Monster Energy celebrity athletes just the other day. For those of you folks that may not have been listening during our first broadcast, we had Pro BMX rider Jeremy Mallett, Pro BMX freestyler Jay Toohey, Andy Buckworth, another Pro BMXer, and then we had professional bass fisherman Tyler Stewart. And congratulations, Jeremy Mallett, who took the win yesterday, a 3-time X Games medalist. So back out to the race course, and this is it looked like it was Ramjeet trying to work on Farthing right there, and then we got fuzzy. So I'm not sure what happened there, if Ramjeet was able to get past Farthing or not, because it was one of those oh no moments, and we're taking a look out there, trying to pan out just a little bit. We'll see if we can find Farthing back in our picture here. But they were side by side as they were going into that turn, and then we got scrambled a little bit here. So again, minute 30 left to go. There's Farthing back on our camera. And we'll see what scoring says the next time around, see if Ramjeet was able to get around Farthing. I believe that is Ramjeet right there that possibly was able to get around Farthing. So we'll wait for the official call. Still 105, Christian Daly out in front. And I believe that was Daly that just came down the front straightaway, so he'll probably be getting the white flag the next time around. Here comes Farthing, and I believe he's got a chicane right there in the center of the track. That was Daly that was in the forefront of your screen with a yellow helmet, white sleeves. But we're taking a look at Farthing right now, and I'm just seeing I don't see Ramjeet in between them. That's Ramjeet, I believe. Oh, there was a boat in between them, but I don't think that was Ramjeet. Ramjeet is on a red and black boat that is trimmed in white, boat number 116. So the white flag will be coming out this next time around. Christian Daly, Devin Farthing, Ramjeet, Skips, and Landis. Still 1 through 5, so no changes that last time, but it looked like Vanjie Ramjeet was going to have Farthing on that inside, and Farthing must have been able to slam the door shut while we were scrambled over here. So again, it's the Christian Daly show. Once he got past Farthing, it's been all Indiana. And I believe that is the 201 on the screen right there. Chris Landis that we're taking a look at. Currently sitting in the 5th place spot. That's 4th place spot right in front of him. The yellow goggles, 373, Noah Skips. Skips also on one of the Monster Energy Yamahas. And that looks like boat number 126 on the screen right now. Sponsored by Smitty's Racing. That is Ian Smith. And Ian has really come on strong here since turning pro. Was the 300 AM champion last year. And there is Farthing. And you can see the visibility is, it's not that great here. You know, normally Clearwater, you think of Clearwater, you think of sunny blue skies and the emerald green water. Not today. Not today. A little bit of a washing machine going on out there today. It looks like things have started to subside just a little bit, which is good for our riders and running for the rest of the day. There is the Double Deuce, Anthony Radetich, who is also still running in the top 10 on that factory Sea-Doo. Back out to your race leader. That is the 105 of Daly. And once again, Daly, I believe, is going to be getting the white flag. Oh, what happened with Daly? Daly stopped. And it looks like, I'm not sure if he lost the lanyard or what's going on. But we're on the final lap. Daly throws his hand in the air. And I believe that was Farthing that just went by. What a tough break there for Christian Daly. And Daly just shutting down on that final lap. So I'm not quite sure, but he's frantically trying to get some fire to that engine compartment. Meanwhile, the marshal's coming over to check on him, make sure that he's all right. And there is Farthing right there. So Farthing back in the lead. So DevDog goes back into the lead. Christian has a mechanical issue. Vanjie has moved up into second then. That means Skips is in third. There's Vanjie on the 116. You see right there behind Farthing as they work their way out to that middle chicane and head north here from Clearwater Beach. So, wow, what a turn of events here on the final lap. Tough break. Tough break there for Christian Daly. Points leader coming into this round overall. Him and Edworthy were like right there, neck and neck. Edworthy's still out there on the track. DevDog, I believe, still currently sitting third in the points. Daly was in first, Edworthy in second. Now I think that's probably going to switch around unless Edworthy can find some way to get that boat started. And what a tough break for the 105, man, leading more than 90% of the race. And on the final lap, you know, gets one of those gremlins. But that's why they call it racing, folks. You know, you can't win every time. But Daly, I'll tell you what, putting in a spectacular effort here this weekend. Still got one more race to go after this one more pro race to go. We got 2 more amateur races to go. So all of you folks that are listening in, please stick around. Jason Williams, what's happening? Yeah, he's gnarly conditions, especially to run 5 races in one weekend. Boy, you got that right. Kelly Watler. Hey, Mike, watching live from Houma, Louisiana. Kelly, how you doing? Hope all is well up there in Houma, Louisiana. We missed being up there in the Big Easy with all of you folks. As we take a look at Dev Dog, Devin Farthing could basically take this win. I mean, he was leading to begin with, and he just, he just kind of stayed steady Eddie. And, man, you got to race through that checkered flag, and who knew Daly would have a breakdown on the final lap. So a tough break, for the Farthing Racing Camp, because I know they want both of these kids to win. Dev Dog currently sitting third in the points right now, and he could gain a bunch of points on Daly if he just holds it where he is. And I believe he is now getting ready to come down the front straightaway. Should take a look over. There's the checkered buoy. That is the finish. Congratulations, Devin Farthing. Dev Dog taking the win on the Monster Energy Factory Yamaha, sponsored by Farthing Racing, Broward Motorsports, Cabrera Tunes. And look at Dev Dog saying, yeah, baby, this one's mine. I'll take it. I'll take it any way I get it. Wow, so Dev Dog bringing this one home. And I believe the 116 coming through in second. That is Vanjie Ramjeet out of Georgia, and he is sponsored by Victory Marine and VR Racing. There is a 373 who came through in third place, Noah Skips out of New Zealand, also on a Monster Energy Yamaha, sponsored by Farthing Racing. As Dev Dog comes over to congratulate some of his other teammates. That was 126. Smitty that just went through the forefront of the picture, and you can see Devin talking to Vanjie Ramjeet. And like I say, those two almost got together out there. They were coming right into a turn, and unfortunately, our monitor got scrambled here, so I couldn't tell if he got the lead or not. But it was Dev Dog that was able to keep that second place position and then parlayed it into an overall victory here in race number 2, round number 4 of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross National Championships. Hope everybody's enjoying the broadcast there and the Powerboat P1 YouTube channel. Glad everybody is starting to chime in here online. I think, folks, we're going to be right back with some more racing in just a couple of moments. Stick around for more Monster Energy P1 Aquacross. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 Monster Energy P1 Aquacross. This is round number 4, powered by Short Block Technologies and presented by Cycle Springs Power Sports. Hi, everybody. Mike Young in the booth, and boy, I'll tell you, it's been a wild and woolly weekend. You know, I'm just we're watching the amateurs take a sight lap out there. We're actually moving the Le Mans start back to a rolling start here for this one. After popular demand, that's what they wanted, so that's kind of what we're going to give them, folks. As we take a look down here, once again, this is the amateur class. Again, we'll be going 20 minutes plus a lap here. And winner of the first race, actually coming in the points leader. Let's tell you, coming in the points leader was Cooper Caldwell. Cooper had to get off in that first race since he's on some borrowed property out there using the ski. It was donated to him by our good friend Tori Snyder. Garrett Lofton, who won the first moto today, came into this race in second in the points, and Klein Glidden came into this race fifth in points, but took a third in the first moto. As we take a look, here is your lineup. We got boat number 917, Nathan Dolly. Boat number 333, Josiah Acosta. 38 is Michael Bouchard. Boat number 193, Cooper Caldwell. 424 is Ian Newski. Boat number 828, Shelby Warman. 174 is Klein Glidden. 45, Michael Bouchard. Boat number 82, Jonathan Dent. Boat number 714, Domenico Barilla. Boat number 20, that's Martin Sikowitz. Boat number 724 is Benjamin Montel. 281 is Armando Martinez, and 114, Garrett Lofton. And that is our class there for the 300 division. I believe representing our 200 division out there. I believe we have boat number 59, actually boat number 297, Baron Marinick. Boat number who took the win in the first moto, Gary Holbein Jr., will be on boat number 53. Boat number 117, Andy Martinez. 706, Noah Dolly. I see we got Caden Baldwin up there on the board. I know Caden did get hurt a little earlier. I did speak with his mom. They said that they were at the Children's Hospital and that he got a pretty bad concussion, but I hear he is back on site. And we just ask that everybody keep young Caden in their prayers. As you know, it's been a tough weekend out here for a lot of folks. Guys like Christian Daly in that last pro class. I don't know if you guys just watched the last race, but Christian, I was just talking to him, and he said that he thought the battery may have got unhooked, and that's why he wasn't getting no fire to that engine. Went down on the last lap after leading 90% of the race. And we wish his brother, Christian's brother, Connor Daly, the best of luck today as he is getting ready to race in Milwaukee, I believe at 2 o'clock, and he qualified very well this weekend in IndyCar. So once again, we're bringing them all back up to the top right-hand side of the track. That would be the northwest section as we view it from Clearwater Beach here. Again, like to welcome everybody who's listening in at home. Say special thanks to all of our great sponsors, including Monster Energy, Short Block Technologies, Cycle Springs Power Sports, Experience Kissimmee, Progressive Insurance, Yamaha, ICOM, Jet Pilot, Fly Racing, and Arriva Racing. And you can see our last couple riders kind of trickling into the gate. I believe we've got 24 that showed up for this one between our 3 and 200 class. You can see, you know, it's it doesn't look that rough, you know, on our screen. If you're watching the monitors at home, let me tell you something. It's a lot rougher than what you think. And here we go. It looks like they're trying to get ready to get started here. And the whistle has blown. It's like Glidden on the inside, but coming. That looks like boat number 110, Cooper Caldwell. He's got Glidden to the inside of him, and it's a drag race into that first turn. Oh, look at Glidden. Glidden gets a little sideways. Caught a little bit of air there, and when he came down, wasn't able to keep that boat straight. That's Domenico Barilla on the inside of Glidden. So Barilla moving up into the second place position. Glidden back to third, and it's all Cooper Caldwell out in front right now on boat number 110. Caldwell coming in with a, the dreaded red is coming out. So the red flag is coming out, so all that was for naught. We'll bring them back to the starting line, repack, restack, re-rack, and we will do this one all over again. And while they're bringing them back to the starting line, we'll go back over here to the other monitor. And was it Trabernathy? Where's Gary Holbein? Gary Holbein is going to be on boat number 53, and he'll be representing the 200 class. Took a second in the first moto. The Dreeway 867, the Orange Beach team, Team 71, is not upset about making Clearwater. Those conditions look nasty. Well, man, they are nasty, but you know what? You need those almighty points. Miami Jet Ski Shop says, "Let's go, Valentina." We got J Maley Gaming says, let's go Dev Dog. That was the last race. Dev Dog did end up taking the win. So, again, anybody got any questions, anybody want to chat online during the downtime, I'd like to look over and make sure that we acknowledge you from right here at the Sheridan Sand Key. While they're going back, just as a reminder to everybody out there, don't forget the final race of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross National Championships is going to be held at the St. Pete Pier. That is going to be going on September 6th through 11th. I'm sorry, September 6th through 7th. And we're going to have the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown coupled up with us there. There's always tens and tens of thousands of people, so should be a really good time. Make sure that you put that on your calendar, September 6th and 7th. And we'll be at the St. Pete Pier. So once again, they're going to try to get everybody back in line here. Again, kind of like herding cats, especially, when you got 4-foot surf out there. I know the conditions that we were talking about last time. We had pretty much 4-foot surf, winds coming out of the southwest, about 8 miles per hour. Current temperature right around 80 degrees. So the temperatures actually kind of went down. And it looks like the waves have kind of subsided too. It's not as rough. It was just really choppy. Like if you look on the inside, that's where you'll find your 4-footers breaking, but they are way on the outside right now. Things a little bit more calmer as the water's a little more deeper. And I see my boy Caden. Caden is he's in the hospital. He's okay. He's got a lower back injury, and he said he hopes to see us all soon. Well, Caden, tell you what, we're all thinking about you, buddy. You're in our heart. You're going to be in our prayers, and tell Mom and Dad that you take your time. Take your time getting back here. You got a good points lead, buddy. Get well first. And taking a look right now at the restart here, it looked like boat number 171 making a move on Glidden on the inside. And we'll see if there's 714. Dominico Barilla also coming up. And there's 114, Garrett Lofton. And Lofton, like a rock out of a slingshot, just slingshots past all of those other amateur riders that we see there. So Lofton, I believe, with your hole shot out there, followed by 174, Glidden. And Glidden now able to get past Lofton again as he takes a look back. And he's got Lofton like flanked to his left side. He wanted to make sure that he was leaving room for Lofton, and I'm not sure. Lofton went out of the picture. I'm not sure if he's got a mechanical issue. I see a hand up in the air here from 281. So I see Cooper Caldwell there on the 110. So this may be another red flag. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't see the track. I'm the man in the box. So yeah, 114 looked like Lofton had that hole shot, but that's why he came off of the gas, and Glidden was able to get around because they called a red flag down there. Lofton seen it before Glidden did. And there's a marshal right there saying, showing you the dreaded red. The dreaded red. It's so hard to get a clean start, especially when you're trying a running start in this type of water, these type of conditions. Let me tell you, you're always going to have somebody that's upset because somebody is not going to hit the trigger at the right time. Somebody's going to hit a wave at the wrong time. And it's unfortunate, but, hey, it's the same start for everybody. It looks like Michael Bouchard coming back in, and he may have lost some goggles. It looks like he's calling for some goggles right there, getting one of his Monster Energy teammates to possibly bring out some goggles for him. And once again, Mike taking, yep, that's it. That's what he was looking for, his goggles. He gets a wave to go with it, and that's Torrey Snyder that just hooked him up with the goggles there. We just seen race a couple moments ago. Unfortunately, found out that Torrey, he pulled off early in that pro race. For those of you folks that got to watch the pro race, he pulled off a little bit early because I believe he had a cracked hull. That's what I'm hearing through the grapevine right now as Bouchard makes his way back out for the third restart here in our amateur class. And I think the rain is starting to come down again as dolphins jumping in the background, all kinds of crazy stuff here. We got my good friend Mo here. Hey, Mo, I don't know if you can come over here, but hey, Mo works with the group over at SBT. Tell us what's new over at SBT.
I don't know if you guys saw the new S1 that we collaborate with Lee Stone Multiple World Championship. We start working on the new revolver. We should have some in Lake Havasu again this year. The ski is pretty amazing. We have been selling a lot. Skis 12,500. You can't beat a freestyle jet ski to do some flips and stuff like that. So it's pretty amazing.
Well, you look at a lot of these other halls, man, and you're talking $25,000. You're talking at least twice the price. I'm glad to see you guys at SBT are going to mass produce them.
Yes, so we have them available for sale. Like I said, you can buy a jet ski for 12,500. You can do some flips, go have some fun. It's a 701 board to a 760, ready to go. You can't beat that, you know.
Hey, man, that sounds like a lot of fun. Anything else new going on over there at SBT? How's CJ doing and now all that group?
Everybody's doing great. We're trying to be presented on all the events out there. We support all the jet ski racers, all the jet ski events. We're always here to help you guys out. Anything we can do for you to keep this racing going. We would like to thank everybody at the P1, the team, everybody, all the racers being here. Everything's been professional. You guys doing such an amazing job. It looks easy on TV, but it's not easy. The water is rough. Racers are having a hard time. Even the marshals are doing such an amazing job for keeping everybody safe. Great shout out to Michelle, everybody out there, the whole team, Mikey Young, Green Light, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Mo, we sure do appreciate you, and best of luck to you and all the folks over there at SBT, especially with that new Lee Stone product hall, man. That's the good stuff. That's a good buy, $12,500, man. That is a steal. And they're going to be mass producing them over at SBT. I'd say keep your eyes on the website, which I believe is shop_SBT.
It's shopsbt.com, but the jet skis are available at leestoneproduct.com. You can go check them out. Also, you can check our social media, shopsbt.com. We have a lot of videos, pictures. You can check them out. Anybody's coming to Lake Havasu, we're going to have a demo there. You guys are more than welcome to come try them out. We did the same thing last year. We have over 200 people showed up, and everybody get to ride them. It's always about the sport, spread the love, and make sure everybody have a good time.
All right, fantastic. Well, it looks like we're getting set to go here again with the second race, round number 4, Monster Energy P1 Aquacross in your amateur division. And I heard some whistles out there, so they should be moving forward here in just a couple of moments. Once again, glad everybody could spend a soggy Sunday afternoon here with us in Clearwater Beach. Not the weather we ordered, but you know what? We're going to race through the raindrops. As long as we don't see no lightning, we are in good shape. So again, this is the second race for the amateurs. I believe this one has also been shortened to 20 minutes plus a lap. I know that we do have some bad weather off to our southwest. So you can kind of see it in the background, and as they take off down the front, that back straightaway, you can see it get darker and darker the further south that they head on the west side. So we knew we were all going to get wet, so that's really not an issue. We're okay with that. We're used to being soggy. As the marshal's trying to make sure that that nobody jumps this one. Again, when you jump one of these starts, it takes another 5 to 10 minutes to get it restarted. So this race could be just about over now, had we not had any red flag issues. However, like I say, with these kind of conditions, you know, you're always going to have somebody that's upset because there's no way that can be completely even. That was Valentino Lescano we were watching there on the outside. And we'll try to let you know who these riders are coming from the inside right now, because you got a whole slew of them coming from the inside. And I believe I seen Dominico Brewer. There's Garrett Lofton, and you expected him to be out in front. Looked like he whole shotted on that last start. It looks like he's going to grab the whole shot here on the restart. Victory Marine VR Racing Yamaha with the whole shot here in the second race. There's Klein Glidden coming into the picture, and on the inside of Klein, it looks like Michael Bouchard goosing that throttle, and I believe that's going to move Mike up into that third place position. And we'll see as they come back around, and that looks to be the 174. Yeah, that's Glidden right there. Glidden trying to settle into that third place position. Bouchard right there with him. They are side by side, deck to deck. And two teammates out there, both on the Farthing Racing Monster Energy Yamahas. So here they come to that middle chicane, kind of right in the middle of the track as we go back out to Garrett Lofton. And here comes Lofton as he works his way down the front straightaway for the first time. We'll go ahead and put them on the 20-minute clock. And right now that was 1:10. Cooper Caldwell currently sitting in the second place position, followed by Glidden. Bouchard in fourth on boat number 45. So you can kind of get an idea of just how rough it is. You see the boats coming in and out of the water right there. Still a little sea mist off to our north right here. Not as dark off to the north. As you can see, it kind of lightens up just a little bit. So the kind of intermittent thunderstorms is what we're going through here today in southwest Florida. So for those of you folks not here, trying to paint a picture for you. Again, 82 degrees, winds out of the southwest at about 8 mile per hour. You got about 4 foot swells on the backside, breaking about 3 foot on the inside. As we take a look at Klein Glidden, who hails from the Cayman Islands. Again, sponsored by Monster Energy, Yamaha, Farthing Racing, and of course my friends down at the Harbor View Apartments. My favorite place in the world. You would think so. Okay, so let me see here. Is Mike Northrup running in it? Yes, Mike is running in this one. I spent a little time with Mike on the elevator coming down to the race site this morning, and I'm glad to say that Mike is healed up. You know, he had a tough weekend in Sheboygan, but Mike is out here, and he's taking it all in. You know, I mean, he rode 2 motos yesterday. He's on his 2nd moto today. And he's still out there, boat number 38. Keep your eyes out for him, Michael Northrup. I believe he took a 4th in moto number 1, for those of you who weren't here for that. So you got Lofton on the left side of your screen, for those of you who are watching the Powerboat P1 live broadcast. And then you got 174, Glidden on the outside. And Glidden right now challenging Lofton. And Glidden tries to go to the inside. Oh, and he has to hit the brakes. It looked like he hit a wave and was going to be right back in the tray of Lofton. So Klein Glidden having to come off the gas just a little bit. Again, taking a 3rd on the podium last night from the Sheboygan race, which would have been round number 3. And you can see he now gets ahead of Lofton. They are side by side. Lofton knows who it is now, and Lofton has to hit the brakes as he lands it just a little bit sideways. Got a little bit squirrely, and he has to hit the brakes, and Glidden now into first place, a solid first place. Lofton back into 2nd on the VR Racing Victory Marine Yamaha. So once again, already catching up to some back markers. Once again, you got the 200 class with the 300 class here. So our race leaders already coming on to the backside of the rest of the pack. And we'll see if we can't get you some standings as to what is going on here in the 200 class. So obviously, our cameras are following the 300 class right now. At the beginning of this one, we got just over 17 minutes plus a lap left to go. And we're looking at the 110 right now, Cooper Caldwell. And I believe that's Caldwell in front of Glidden. And there is Bouchard, who has now come into the picture. I believe Lofton up there in that mix, too. 257 looks to be currently in the 5th place position. Or that could be possibly 297. Baron Marinick, who is representing the 200 class out there. This kid can ride. I don't care if it's a 200 or 300. These conditions right here, you know, it's really playing an equalizer. And we've seen a lot of that this weekend. So nice ride so far, I believe, for Baron Marinick on boat number 297, sponsored by MTI Boats, Caldwell Racing, and Monster Energy, as well as Tim Miller Racing. And we got yellow flags out. Looks like we got a rider down. And now, oh, that's Lofton. Oh, what a tough break there for Garrett Lofton. He is coming in on the gap, and not the way you want to come in here on the 2nd race. He currently sits 2nd in the points to Cooper Caldwell. So this is going to give Caldwell, if he can hold together for the next 16 minutes plus a lap, that's going to give him a huge lead. And Lofton right now calling for his pit crew. You can see he's kind of in panic mode right now. He wants to get back out there and get some points, as he's going to try to let them know what's going on. They're going to try to spin some wrenches. And you can see Lofton saying, come on, we need you now. I think he might be talking to Vanjie Ramjeet and VR Racing and Victory Marine, saying, come on down, I need a little bit of help here. So it's a tough break there for Lofton, who currently sits 2nd in the points, won the 1st moto today, and was hoping to gain some points on Cooper Caldwell, but you're not going to gain any points like that. Caldwell, once again, on borrowed property out there. He is on boat number 110, a boat that he got from Tori Snyder. And taking a look down, just over 15 minutes left on the clock here. As you can see how the waves are breaking on the inside. Kind of calm right there where they make that center turn. And that is Michael Bouchard. And I believe that's Bouchard going to be moving up a position with Lofton coming out. But I believe it's still Caldwell and Glidden up there running 1 and 2 right now. I'm getting the story right now. Yeah, it's going to be Caldwell out in front, followed by 174 Glidden. You got the 114 Lofton, who is out. So Bouchard just moved up into that third place, followed by boat number 20. That's Martin Bielsiewicz, who has moved up into the 4th spot. In the 200 class, we've got boat number 297, Baron Mernick, followed by Gary Holbein Jr. Boat number 53, 706 is Noah Dolly. And I believe those are your top 3 in that class. I believe Martinez currently sitting in the 4th position in that class as we are approaching the 14-minute mark. And we are now under 14 minutes left to go. And again, you can see the sea haze. I'm seeing the same thing that you guys are, folks. So trying to pick out a number and see exactly where we're at. 200 class, that last lap around, no changes. Still Mernick in first place. He is in control. And we got Cooper Caldwell. Boat number, it's on boat number 110. It says 193 on the screen, but he is on boat number 110 right now. Klein Glidden, 174 in second. Michael Bouchard, boat number 45 in third, and Martin Bielsiewicz in 4th place on boat number 20, and Yaniel Fialo in the 5th spot on boat number 175. Yaniel having a get-off in race number 1. He came into the weekend 5th in points. Comes from a drag racing background. Great to see Yaniel out here. Also did a little bit of closed course, but there's the 110. There's your race leader. That is Cooper Caldwell, who just came past the start-finish line. He's going to take a look behind him real quick there, make sure that he's got a little bit of breathing room. You see 174 coming into the bottom right-hand side of your picture. That's Klein Glidden. That is your second-place competitor. So you can see your gap right there between first and second, only about 3.5, 4 seconds in between those two. And when you got waves like this, 3.5, 4 seconds isn't anything. You know, that's just you hit one bad wave, you know, you catch one edge, and you still got a lot of time to go. I mean, you're still looking at 12 and a half minutes plus a lap to go. So, again, this is where you keep your composure. You find your place on the track that you can pass and that you can pass cleanly, because you really don't want to try to pass in a turn, because if you get knocked by a wave, you know, you might not be able to land that, might pitch you off the boat, and we've seen that several times this weekend. So, again, just you know why you're out there, why you are racing, use your head. Know that the best place to pass is in the straightaway always. You know, you don't want to pass, especially some of these chicanes with these 3 and 4 foot booters that we got coming in from the west side. So, yeah, I believe we're trying to find out where Northrop's at, boat number 38. He was up there in the points coming into this one. I believe he took a 4th in the first race, and I've got somebody asking online here, do we know where Northrop is? I can tell you this right now, he's not in the top 5. As we take a look down here, again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to our good friends from Monster Energy, as well as Short Block Technologies, Cycle Springs Power Sports. If you guys haven't already went over to Cycle Springs Power Sports, that they're down here on the beach with us, make sure you stop over there and give them the love and give them the support they deserve. So we got Caldwell on the 110 up in front, Glidden still in second, Bouchard in third. Your top 3 here as we get a little bit closer to that halfway mark. And I believe that it was Bouchard that we were taking a look at there as we pan back out. And you can see first and second, they're all coming down that kind of like a middle straightaway, and then they'll make the turn right here on the left-hand side of your screen. Come down, and they'll be working left to right, and that is where the checkered buoy's just off to the right-hand side of the screen. In the 200 class, we still got Baron Mernick out in front on boat number 297, 706, Noah Dolly, and 53, Gary Holbein Jr. Again, Mernick out of Texas, Dolly out of Canada, and Holbein Jr. out of Fairhope, Alabama. So you wonder where a lot of these riders come from. They come from far and wide to be here. I've seen Brazil. I've seen New Zealand. You know, I've seen several of my good friends from Canada that are out here. We got folks from all over the USA. So again, this is the premier endurance series here in the United States. It's always a great part to be a part of the P1 family. And again, Monster Energy, our title sponsor here for 2025, as we approach the halfway mark. And as we're taking a look at second place right now, Klein Glidden trying to step up a little bit higher on the podium. Excuse me, Klein, I believe, getting a third in the first moto here today, or the first race here today. Currently sitting in second and poised to be back up onto the podium tonight. And, you know, again, it's consistency that wins these overall titles. And you can't stress that enough. It's like you don't have to win every battle to win the war. Just go out there and do your thing. Stay up there in the top 5. And once the jet spray clears, you'll figure it out. Once again, 20 minutes plus a lap, mile point 2 track. And again, this is the smallest track that we've seen all season, as we've seen no lead changes in that last time around. Caldwell, Glidden, Bouchard, 1, 2, 3. And then you got Martin Beiswitz on boat number 20 back there in the 4th spot. And Yaniel Fiallo rounding out your top 5, boat number 175. Fiallo, a winner of the amateur 200 class, I believe it was 2 years ago, here with the P1 series. Don't forget, we still got one more race left of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross National Championships. That's going to be going on September 6th and 7th at the St. Pete Pier. Make your reservations early. Tens of thousands of people will be there on hand, and it's always a good time in St. Pete. So Caldwell still your race leader. I see Dolly now in the mix. I seen the 917 vest show up there as Caldwell takes a look behind him with just over 8 minutes left on the clock. And Caldwell looking good. Came off the boat in that first race. I'm not quite sure where he finished up. We might be able to get that info to you before the third race. Get some new sheets printed up, and I can give you some scores going into the third race. But that is Caldwell that we're watching right now. Again, sponsored by MTI Boats, Monster Energy, Tim Miller Racing, Caldwell Racing. This kid's got a lot of folks that have really stepped up to help him out. Ran, I believe, just 1 or 2 of the 200 races and just dusted everybody at the end of last season. So he decided to move up at the amateur 300. And he obviously made the right decision because he came into this weekend with a 50-point lead over Garrett Lofton, and that lead's going to be extended now if Caldwell can stay out there where he's at. Lofton, unfortunately, having to come in on the gaff. Hopefully they got that boat figured out, and he's back out there on the track. Caldwell, Glidden, Bouchard. Fiallo has just moved in front of Beiswitz. So Yaniel Fiallo is the only one in the top 5 right now that is on the move. So he just gets past Beiswitz. Beiswitz on boat number 20 slides back into that 5th place position. We got about 650 plus a lap to go here from the Sheridan Sand Key. And there's Michael Northrup in your picture now on boat number 38. And again, glad to see that Mike is okay, back up and walking around. One of our top 5 riders in the points so far for the 2025 season. And it was a shame to see him and Dolly both go out in Sheboygan. But luckily, the weather played to their favor in Sheboygan because both of them came out of the hospital in crutches. Now they're both out there on the racetrack. So kind of kept the points, a little closer to even than what you would normally see. And we always want to see, every class come down to that last and final race, and who's got that heart that's going to put it in there and give you that final curtain call, if you will. So in the the little switch up here in the 200 class. Baron Marinick still up top, but Noah Dolly has just got ahead of Gary Holbein Jr. It looks like somebody's slowing down there. Not quite sure who that was slowing down. Oh, that was, 117, Andy Martinez, who was in the 200 Enduro. I just seen somebody slowing down. Didn't know if it was one of our top guys in the 300 class, but Martinez currently running 4th in the 200 class. Again, just under 5.5 minutes to go. And you're watching race number 2, round number 4, Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, powered by SBT and presented by Cycle Springs. What a weekend it has been here in Clearwater. I'll tell you, just about anything that could have happened has happened. We're looking at 297 on your screen right now That is Baron Marinick. Again, his first full year of racing here, the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross season. Glad to have him. Both him and Cooper with the same sponsors. And Tim Miller, I believe, also in the pro class with the same sponsors as these guys. I like the crossover where they've got MTI Boats, offshore powerboat company, that is also helping them out. It's always great when you get that crossover in between. A lot of guys, like we used to say as promoters, they go to the cow too often. Well, you go to the cow too often, the cow's going to run out of milk. So you have to find other sponsors that are outside the industry, and you got to bring them in. So, anyways, that's the analogy that I give everybody. But again, that's what you need to do, and that's what we're doing here with P1. You see Progressive Insurance, you see Monster Energy. It's great to have all these folks like Experience Kissimmee. I know Visit St. Pete Clearwater had been a longtime sponsor of ours too. But you keep going to the Yamahas and the Sea-Doos of the world. Man, it just doesn't happen because they just don't have the money, because there's so much racing that's going on internationally now, and not just here in the United States. Things have really changed. As we take a look, I believe that is Caldwell we're taking a look at right now. Or, no, that's Baron Marinick that we're taking a look again. Caldwell has the same paint job, but he's not using that same boat in this race. They cracked that hull yesterday. Remember, I was talking about it being very rough out here yesterday. Well, that's how rough it was. They put the boat up on the trailer, and half of the Gulf of America leaked out. So he had to switch boats, and Tori Snyder was nice enough to let him use one of the boats. You can see them getting ready to work that chicane that leads right to the front straightaway, as we are just over 3 minutes plus a lap left to go here in amateur race number 2. There is a 9:17 now on the screen. That is Nathan Dolly. And Nathan was involved in the incident in Sheboygan with Michael Northrup. Again, like I said, I'm glad to see them guys both out on the track, hard chargers. Nathan Dolly, a pro snowcross rider. So showing you that he's got some great transfer skills. I know when he first came into this amateur 300 class, he was just tearing it up. Meanwhile, your top three still in the 300 class. We got Cooper Caldwell on boat number 110, Klein Glidden on 174, Michael Bouchard on boat number 45. So this is, with the exception of Caldwell being up front, it was Garrett Lofton that was up front, but then Glidden took a second, and I believe Bouchard took a third in that last race as well. So both of those racers are poised for a podium spot tonight. And Caldwell with an extra 25 points, if he can do good in that third race, looks like he might also be up on the podium. So coming down to a minute and a half as we take a look at Noah Dolly out there. Dolly still in the second place position in the 200 class, just in front of Gary Holbein Jr. And Baron Marinick leading that class on boat number 297. And that looks like we got the 724 right there, who had a great weekend. He enjoyed a good weekend in the Cayman Islands last weekend. That is Benjamin Montel that is on the screen right now. Benjamin turning in a pretty good performance last week at the final round of the Cayman Islands Watercraft Association, their final race of the season. 1 minute left to go, which means the white flag will be coming out, I believe, for Cooper Caldwell. Not sure if it maybe this lap. He might have about a lap and a half to go. But Caldwell in control of this one. He's got a pretty good lead right now over Klein Glidden. Yaniel Fialo is moved up into that third place in the 300 class. I said that Yaniel was on the move, and I tell you, I know that he's got to be a little upset because he came off of his boat in that first race today. And, you never want to come off the boat. Yaniel was running, I believe, 5th in points coming into this one, right behind Northrup on boat number 38. So again, Caldwell, boat number 110, is the one that we're watching for coming by the start-finish line again, and we'll let you know if that white flag comes up for him, as we got 10 seconds left in our 20+1 left to go. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2-1. Okay. The 20 minutes has expired, so the white flag will come out next time around for Cooper Caldwell on boat number 110. And that is Caldwell right there on number 110. He's on your screen, working right to left as we view it on screen here. Caldwell riding pretty flawlessly most of the season. You know, he had a bad get-off in New Orleans, which was the first moto of the season. He had a really big lead, but he got separated so far from his boat that I think he still ended up like in 6th or 7th place, still at a top 10 finish, but then he was perfect for like the next 5 races. And had a little get off a little earlier today in that in some of the rough stuff that we had. Still, again, coming in with a 50-point lead for the weekend. As you can see him side by side, dicing it out with another racer, and he don't want to get taken out. So you've seen how he just, okay, well, I've got position. I'm going to let that racer go a little bit wide. Maybe I'll push him a little bit wider. But here we come again. I believe that's it looks like a boat number 281 trying to race him right now, but 281, I believe, is a lap down. So Caldwell, yeah, no place, nobody close to him. I mean, Glidden is the next closest back, boat number 174, and he is currently in 2nd place. So Caldwell, as he works his way, I believe that's the front straightaway that we're seeing right there. He is now on the final lap. The white flag just came out as he came past the start-finish line. And you can see what a gap he's got now between him and Glidden. Glidden not even in the picture yet as they work their way out to that chicane center of the track that makes them turn north. And Caldwell going to goose that throttle, not coming off of it. He's got about 3/4 of a lap to go before this one here is in the books. Cooper Caldwell out of Texas, once again protege of Tim Miller, rides for Monster Energy, MTI Boats. Caldwell Racing, all helping him out here in 2025. And I'll tell you, this young kid right here, he's really got a bright future ahead of him. You know, I've seen some magical moments from this kid so far this year. You know, he, like I said, he had a bad race that first race in New Orleans, but the other 2 races in New Orleans, he killed it. Just did an amazing job. Came back in Kissimmee and hat-tricked it in Kissimmee. And right now, working his way down the back straightaway one final time before he makes the turn and comes into that center portion of the track. So Caldwell still your race leader out there. And again, I'm taking a look as Mike Northrup running up. And he's Northrup is actually running in this one. I believe he's currently running in about 6th, 7th spot. Last I checked, he was on boat number 38. And so once again, Caldwell, we're going to take a look behind him. We're going to see what kind of breathing room. He's like, where's Klein Glidden at? He's like, I know that crazy Caymanian is right behind me here somewhere. I just can't see him with all of the jet spray and the pump wash everywhere. The waves don't help either, I'm sure. So once again, that's the top left-hand side of the track. He'll make the turn back into the P1 Aquacross 1.2-mile track. Make that turn in the center straightaway on the south side. Come up to a chicane. He'll make a right turn as he approaches the right-hand turn right here. And he'll work his way into the shoreline. Got one more buoy to negotiate before he comes down the front straightaway, and he will be your winner here of race number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Clearwater Beach. Stand up, clap, and make some noise as boat number 10 coming down the front straightaway one final time. Cooper Caldwell going to take the win here in the amateur 300 class. Congratulations, Coop. Way to go. So that was your finish right there. Cooper Caldwell, your winner in the Amaduro race number 2. And we're still waiting on, I believe, 2nd place to come through. I believe that was 174 Klein Glidden at last check. There's Glidden right there, pulling up to Caldwell. Daniel Fialo, boat number 175, rounding out your top 3. There's 297, Baron Marinick, winner of the 200 class. Congratulations to Baron Marinick. Baron and Coop, half brothers. And tell you what a great dynamic duo they are. 300 and 200. It's the 1-2 punch right there with Caldwell and Mernick. So again, you're watching the finish here of our second amateur race. As you see the Caldwell fans right there. Nice jacket there, the 193 Cooper Caldwell. Not on the 193 out there in this one. Like I say, cracked hull yesterday and out on borrowed property here today. She's like, where are they talking about me at? All right, folks. I'll tell you what, we're going to be back with some pro racing here in just a little while. Do we have a time? Okay, we'll be back and we'll let you know as soon as we know, folks. We're just waiting to make sure no more bad weather coming through. Hope everybody's having a good Sunday afternoon. We'll be back here from Clearwater Beach. My name's Mike Young. So long. All right, folks, you're joining us. We just had our Le Mans start. Now, I'm not sure if Farding's got problems there on the outside. That looks like possibly 373. Noah skips. And boat number 477, that is Jay Edworthy right there. Edworthy coming in to the weekend. The points leader hasn't had the greatest weekend so far, but he said, Mike, I just want to kind of make it through the weekend and, make it to the other side. And that's Christian Daly, who once again is out in front. Now, remember, Daly led 95% of the race on that last moto, on that second race of the day. Ended up with a DNF, had a battery issue on the last lap. So a real tough break there for Christian Daly. And speaking about the Daly family, Connor Daly just ran the Milwaukee Mile back on, I believe that was August 10th. They actually moved the race up, and he qualified very well. And it was the first podium ever for Connor Daly in the IndyCar circuit with the Milwaukee Mile, and that happened on the 10th of August, 2025. You heard it here first. So here we go. We're back on the 20-minute clock as they come back through our start-finish line. You got Daly out in front. Edworthy currently sitting in second, and Edworthy needs these points. Him and Daly were going at it. Daly, with a DNF that last race, had a DQ for a technical infraction yesterday. There's 126. Ian Smith, and that's Skips that pulls up right beside him here on the monitor. And again, if you're just joining us, we'd like to welcome everybody back to round number 4 of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross National Championships, powered by Short Block Technologies and presented by Cycle Springs Power Sports. Sorry for the little late start there, folks. Unfortunately, we don't have comms with the starter down there, so they went ahead and they're trying to get everything done before we have some more bad weather that comes in. And we're taking a look at Ian Smith right here on the screen. And I believe Ian riding for JetX, .ca, Canadian team, which is hanging out over here to the south side of the pits. Hey, how we doing? Good to see you, Salvador. Got part of the JetX crew, part of the team walking past the cameras here. 18 minutes, 18 and a half minutes here left to go in the pro race, round number 4. Now, man, I'm telling you, right now the points are crazy. All right, so you got Farding with a 5-1. You got Skips with a 4-2. You got Ramjeet with a 3-3. Now, once again, these are added by points. They are not added by moto scoring. So we'll try to do a little moto math as we get into this one right here. And we're taking a look at Tori Snyder there, I believe. That is boat number 110. And Tori had to go to his backup boat. Another one of the storylines here, folks. Tori having to go to the backup boat. He came in on the 110 a little early in race number 2 and found out that he had a cracked hull, bad hull damage on the GP 1800. Or so he moved, rather, to the GP 1800. Wasn't too happy about that. Doesn't like the lighter boat in these conditions, but nonetheless, that is what he gave us up here at scoring. So again, 110 out there on a backup boat for this one right here. Again, Edworthy still in second. You got Christian Daly in first. Looks like there is boat number 77 on the screen now. That is the Chicken Hawk. That's right, Jason Russo. And we got Daly out in front right now on boat number 105, followed by Jay Edworthy on the C477. Vanjie Ramjeet back there in third. Consistency, Ramjeet been third the first 2 races. Ian Smith, boat number 126 in the 4th spot. Noah Skips rounding out your top 5 here with just over 17 minutes left to go in the final race here for the pro class in round number 4. Once again, the amateurs will be coming up for their final race. So just a race, a race and 3/4 to go. And Linda says, hi, Jamie and Grant. How you doing, Miss Linda? Always nice to see you in the pits. The next race, TJ, has just started. So I hope you're tuning in as we still got Christian Daly up in front. And look at this on the outside. Daly getting challenged right now. And that is, I believe, the 110 of Snyder. Or actually, that was Radetich that was on the inside. 23. All right, so going back out there to the race course as we take a look at that rider there on the top or headed down the back straightaway, rather, trying to figure out exactly just who that is. It could be Denisio Casarini. Those ones may look like twos out there. You know, a lot of these numbers, a lot of these folks that do all the printing and stuff like that, they want to make everything look fancy. They don't make it for us announcers or TV folks. That's for sure, because a lot of them are kind of sideways here. And that is 373 on your screen right now. Noah Skips. 15 and a half minutes to go here. Final Pro 300 race. Again, like to say a very special thanks to all of our great sponsors that have helped us out here this weekend. Monster Energy, Short Block Technologies, of course, Cycle Springs, Power Sports here locally, Experience Kissimmee, Progressive Insurance. Special thanks to Yamaha, ICOM, Jet Pilot, Fly Racing, and, of course, our friends from Riva Racing. So, once again, there was no 23. It looks like we have a couple different backup boats out there. I see 23. Well, that was his pick. That was his gate pick, was 23. So it's not Hickman. But we see the 23 for Hickman. I got all excited for a second. But no, he's on boat number 16 out there. So, again, I'd like to say a special thanks to my good friends from the Florida Ski Riders. Randy Cabrera and his team are in the house. And I know that Cycle Springs Power Sports and the Demet Automotive Group, big part of what they do at the Florida Ski Riders. They run the biggest poker run or the biggest fun run, I guess you could say, the Dunedin Fun Run. You can check out more about that. Just go online and check out their Facebook page. Again, that's the Florida Ski Riders. So this is fourth place right now that you're taking a look at on your screen. That is Ian Smith, boat number 126. And he is on the Sea-Doo RXPX 325. And you can see Smith working his way as Mother Nature starts to smile down upon us, I believe, for the first time this weekend. We've got a little bit of sunshine that's trying to peek through, and you can see it doesn't mean it's not rough out there just because we got a little sunshine, and that is the 116 right there, or 110 rather, of Tori Snyder. You got 116 as Ramjeet. That is Vanjie right there. 116, he's on the Yamaha GP 1800, and Vanjie sponsored by VR Racing, currently in third place. And he's also sponsored by Victory Marine. So once again, going and taking a look over and seeing who's in front. And again, you can see the sea mist as we see it here on our screen. Makes it a little hard to tell because these guys are disappearing in between the waves. And that's Ramjeet that we were taking a look at, that we were following around right there as he works his way onto the top right-hand side of the track, the north side of the track, as we view it here from the Sheridan Sand Key. There's a C477. And he is currently still in second place. Jay Edworthy looking for his best finish of the day. Finished pretty good yesterday. Had a moto win at the end of the day yesterday, but all those points went towards Sheboygan. But that was good enough to put him second place on the podium last night, as we gave our Sheboygan podium away last night here at the Sheridan Sand Key. Again, special thanks to P1 and the staff here for rolling out that red carpet, feeding us dinner. Of course, the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Celebrity Challenge athletes, Jeremy Millard, Jay Toohey, Andy Buckworth, Tyler Stewart, for all coming down and making our weekend just that more exciting. Got a little taste of what it's like to be a PWC racer here with the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross. 529, that's Marcio Bandetti. Marcio, originally from Brazil, now making his home in Orlando, Florida. Good cat right there. I know last year when we was up in Michigan City, we actually hitched a ride together from the airport over in South Bend. And back to your race leader, 105, Christian Daly. And when I talked to Daly in between a break, he said he thinks that the battery terminal came off. And that's what stopped him, because you seen he was trying, frantically to try to get that boat started. He was out in front. He had about a 6-7 second lead over Farding, but could not get the boat refired, so he had to come in on the gaff, and Devin Farthing was the benefactor of that, as he took the win in race number 2. Skips took a second. Vanjie Ramjeet took a third in that second moto. In the first moto, it was Daly who took the win. Tori Snyder took a second. Vanjie Ramjeet took a third. Skips took a fourth. And in the last moto, Chris Landis got in today's action, and he ended up in fourth place. And that was just a little earlier before, just after our weather hold. And Chris on number 201 out there. Sponsored by Riva Racing. Again, you're watching the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross here from Clearwater Beach, and that is your race leader on the screen right now, Christian Daly. Christian, again, from the Noblesville, Carmel, Indiana area, up there by racing legends such as Jacques Bryant and Dave Zier, all those guys. So, hey, yo, Mikey, I'm getting there on FX's, not the GPs. Yeah, I know that's what I was told right before the race, that they were going to. He was moving to a GP 1800. Again, all I got is what I got down here in my notes and what I see on the screen here. But I appreciate that. So that is Snyder that we're looking at right there. He's actually on FX. He is not on one of the GP 1800s. And now taking a look at Christian Daly, who is still out there in front. And we are now halfway through this final pro race of the weekend. Again, had to shorten the races down a little bit to 20 minutes plus a lap for today's racing action. And I'm sure none of these riders care because they rode a couple of motos yesterday that were 30 minutes plus a lap. So I think that some of these guys are more than ready to get off the water out there. I still see they got Russo right there, I believe, in frame. That's a 477. That's the Chicken Man who just made the turn, working left to right down that center straightaway, and he heads to the north side of the track. And once again, he came in the weekend as the points leader. Him and Daly and Farding going to be all really close right now. They're all kind of knotted up. This is really going to come down to that big event that's going on September 6th and 7th. And again, we invite everybody to come on over to the St. Pete's Pier for the final round of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, powered by Short Block Technologies and presented by Cycle Springs Power Sports. Again, that's going on September 6th and 7th. Ian Smith still running in the 4th spot. Noah Skips still running in 5th. So no lead changes the last couple laps around. Daly, Edwardy, Ramjeet, Smith, and Skips 1 through 5. As we approach the 8.5 minute mark. Again, we've got one more race after this, and that will be our amateur 300 and 200 class. Amateur 300 and 200 class, be standing by, as I'm not quite sure exactly when we're going to call you up, but I know that they're trying to make sure that we get all 3 races in for all of our classes. And that way everybody can walk away a happy camper. And that is 243 that we're taking a look at. That is D-Mac, Dennis Mack, my good friend from Bethlehem Township, Georgia. Been racing for, I believe, just over 3 decades. Began with us back at the Surf and Turf shows back in the mid-'90s up there in the Florida Panhandle. It's great to see D-Mac still out here, and his lovely wife, Jen, still kicking everybody in the butt out there. I'll tell you what, when you talk about racer moms, you know, you talk about Nicole Farthing and you talk about Jen Mack. Those two right there, they kick butt and take names. 105, Daly. Looks like he's working his way up to some lap traffic here. Once again, Daly out there. Yellow helmet. He's got the white sleeves, black wetsuit. He is your race leader. Well, once again, you know, anything can happen, and I'm not here. I don't want to jinx Daly by any means at all. I felt bad about what happened in that last race. You know, when you go down just after taking the white flag, I mean, there's nothing worse than that. I mean, you've rode your butt off 29 and a half minutes. All you got is about 3/4 of a lap to go, and all of a sudden you get this problem with your battery comes unhinged, or, you know, just something little, a hose clamp comes undone. And I've seen that many times where parts that are less than $1 will cost you a championship. So make sure that everything is tight and right before you come down here, because, again, we've got some surf conditions out there today. But for these guys here, this is their final race, and Jay Edworthy trying to turn what was, a subpar day into a much better day here with a second-place finish. Again, Jay riding for jetx.ca. You can check out their new line of products online. Just check them out. Edworthy, once again, riding on the Sea-Doo out there. And, again, earlier this week, especially yesterday morning, these conditions were not conducive for Sea-Doos at all, because the Sea-Doos are a little bit lighter than the Yamaha, so they're bouncing up and down a lot more. Summer Skip says, go Noah. How you doing, Summer? All the way from New Zealand, who is listening in. Nick Fowler says, keep the hammer down. Yes, he is trying to keep their hammer down, as we see. There goes your race leader once again. And trying to go back here to second place, that's Edworthy. We got Ramjeet on 116, still in third. Smith on 126 in fourth. That is Farthing right there. And Farthing not under full power right now. I'm not sure if he is, if he's hurt, if he's sore, but he's only got one hand on the bars right now. And Dev Dog going to stay out there. He's got about 5 minutes, 35 seconds. At least he can collect some points towards that overall championship. And Dev Dog came into this weekend in third place. Fifth place finish in the first moto, first place finish in the second moto. So he gained a little bit of points right there. Again, Skips with a 4-2 finish. Ramjeet with a 3-3 finish. Daly with a 1 DNF finish. And boat number 201, Landis, not sure what he got the first moto, but he got a fourth in the second moto. So once again, the amateurs will be coming up in, 5 minutes plus a lap we got left in this one. So they're going to be coming up probably close to about a half hour from now. All right, there's 77 Jason Russo on the Sea-Doo. 325 RXPX, the owner of Russo Marine down in Bradenton, Florida. All around good guy. Always got a smile on his face. His son Gavin did very well in the first race in the amateur class today. Gavin taking, I believe, a third or fourth in that first race. One of his best finishes here, the 2025 campaign. As we approach the 4-minute mark here at the Sheridan Sand Key. Again, I'd like to say a special thanks to all of you listening in here on the Powerboat P1 YouTube broadcast. All the folks that are listening in up there at Watkins Glen up in New York. So some good stuff going on right here. And again, there is your top 5 on the board right now. Daly, Edworthy, Ramjeet, Smith, and Skips. 105, 477, and 116, your top 3. All right, so once again, back out to your race leader. And that is boat number 105, Daly. No issues so far. He's, again, got just over 3 minutes, 15 seconds left to go. Been leading pretty much start to finish here. And Daly having to get past Farthing in that last race, but again, having an unfortunate battery miscue on the final lap. But I believe he still does get points because he raced over 70% of the laps. So he'll still probably be getting some finish points there. We'll see how that puts him on the podium tonight, or if he makes it up onto the podium, because, again, had a first place in the first moto. Looking at first right now. Now we're going back to fourth place. That is Ian Smith. Once again, JetX.ca, Sea-Doo 325 RXPX pilot from up north. And again, Ian, one of the young guns that's coming through. And I'll tell you what, he's had some really great races, some really great single races. Hasn't been able to put together a full package. Made the podium, I believe, once this year so far. And this is round number 4, final race, round number 4, just about 2 minutes, 10 seconds, plus a lap left to go in this one. And it is boat number 105, Christian Daly, your race leader. Once again, just under 2 minutes as we take a look up. We had a couple people tap me on the back shoulder here, just trying to make sure that everybody's okay. So we're taking a look now at Eric Lagopoulos. And Lagopoulos, he used to be known as the Outlaw. He's been racing for many, many years here with the P1. He's been racing since the onset. He's been racing closed course for over 30 years. His first race was back at the Lani Kai back in the late 90s. And his nickname is the Outlaw, but I understand from our scoring girls that they re-nicknamed him this weekend. It is now Eric Dadbod Lagopoulos. Okay. Christian Daly, Jay Edworthy, Vanjie Ramjeet, 105, 477, 116. Your top three. Ian Smith on the 126 in fourth. And Noah Skips, 373 in fifth. So no lead swapping that last time around. And I got to wonder, you know, Jay Edworthy's just kind of hanging around right there behind Christian Daly, and you got to wonder when he's going to make his move. We got about 35 seconds plus a lap left to go here. Taking a look back at Edworthy on the Sea-Doo. Again, Daly on the Yamaha. It looks like they are up at the top left-hand side of the track right now, and we'll see if they get in before the white flag comes out, because the white flag should be coming out in just a couple of seconds. So we'll let you know if the white flag is out. As we are at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is going to do it for your 20 minutes. So the white flag should be coming out this time around. And I'm getting confirmation from my good friend Lauren at Greenlight that, yeah, that's what it's looking like, Mikey. She's giving me the thumbs up. Okay, so the white flag is out now for Christian Daly, your race leader here in this one. Not too much time left to go. Daly trying to take another win home this weekend. And right back there, I'll tell you, also riding very, very steady Eddie this weekend. Vanjie Ramjeet, can't take anything away from Ramjeet. If he stays where he's at, he'll have, I believe, 51 points for the weekend, and that should be good enough for a podium spot. We shall see. So, again, we are on the final lap. It's Daly, your race leader. Edworthy back there in second. And Edworthy outside the top five in the first two motos. I'm sure the second's really going to help him out, especially with the overall points, which we will tally up after St. Petersburg, who will be the Pro Monster Energy P1 Aquacross National Champion here in 2025. Could it be that guy that's on your screen right now, Christian Daly, taking 2 years off, coming back out here, showing you that he hasn't missed a beat? Or will it be DevDog, Devin Farthing, or Jay Edworthy from JetX.ca? I mean, all three of these guys are going to be knotted up in points when we head over to the St. Pete Pier. Now, Devin not getting his best run here in this final race of the weekend. It looked like he was underpowered. Not quite sure if he pulled off or if he is still out there. I think he was still out there trying to at least regain some points. So that's what we're taking a look at here with Daly. Once again, on the final lap here. Should be the final lap for Daly. As here he comes down the front straightaway. So again, we're looking at Christian Daly on screen right now during this white flag lap. And I believe still looking for second place is Edworthy, third place. It looks like, there we go, the checkered flag coming out for Daly. So congratulations, Christian Daly, taking a win here in Moto number 3. And I tell you, you know, after riding 5 motos, the Chicken Man, Jay Edworthy, sponsored by the JetX.ca team, coming through in that second place position on the C477. Third place was Ramjeet, unofficially on boat number 116, Vanjie Ramjeet, sponsored by Victory Racing and VR Racing. And you can see the top two right there. Well, and that's with Anthony Radetich, too. All congratulating each other. And there's Smith that came in. Smith, I believe, unofficially in the fourth place position, boat number 126. And you see C477 coming over to congratulate Daly. Love the sportsmanship in here in personal watercraft racing, especially in the pro class. So once again, that is going to definitely mix the scores up for tonight. That is going to mix the scores up. So we'll let you know tonight who your winners are. But in this one right here, I can tell you, it was Christian Daly, boat number 105, your provisional winner, followed by 477, Jay Edworthy, 116, Vanjie Ramjeet, 126, Ian Smith, and 373, Noah Skips. Those are your top 5 here. Pro Enduro race number 3, round number 4 here from Clearwater. Well, folks, I believe we're going to be back here in just a couple of moments with the final race of the weekend. I hope everybody can stick around to watch the amateurs' third and final race here in round number 4. We'll be right back. Hello, race fans, and welcome back to round number 4 of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross National Championships, powered by Short Block Technologies and presented by Cycle Springs Power Sports here locally. We've got the final race of the weekend down online right now. 20 minutes plus a lap, once again, a 1.2 mile track. Smallest track that we've seen, but I'll tell you what, probably the biggest waves that we have seen. Kind of slowing down just a little bit here for the amateurs, but it has been a wild and woolly weekend here from the Sheridan Sand Key in Clearwater Beach. Glad everybody could join us. My name's Mike Young. I'll be your host here for this final race as we take a look at your points leader right there. That is Cooper Caldwell. He's got number 193, and we'll call him as 193, but he's actually going to be on boat number 110. Yesterday, after the races, found out that his hull was cracked in half. So Tori Snyder lent him a boat as we get ready to go here for the Le Mans start. Final race of the weekend, the amateur 300 and 200 class. There's Klein Glidden right there beside Cooper Caldwell. And that is the way that they finished in that last race. As we are just about set to go here, you can see some of the holders getting beat up right there. They're holding the boats right there in the break. And here we go. We are off and away. Glidden up on his boat in a hurry. Good job there by Klein Glidden. They're trying to get him off, trying to get him out. And Glidden, one of the first ones off the line right there. And it looked like Caldwell on the inside. Caldwell's going to find some clean water. He's going to pull right up beside Glidden on the way to turn number 1. So it's Cooper Caldwell on the inside if you're viewing it on the monitor, and that is Klein Glidden that's on the outside. And looks like that's Bouchard that's right there kind of in the middle. Bouchard having a hard time getting off of that start. It looks like he may have come out in just about third place or so. We'll let you know as we take a look right here. And that looks like boat number 116, Garrett Lofton. Remember, Lofton pulled in with a mechanical issue in the second race just about an hour and a half ago, and had to switch boats. So Lofton is now on boat number 116, which I believe is Vanjie Ramjeet's backup boat as he rides for VR Racing, as well as Victory Marine. Now also using a backup boat is boat number 176, Valentina Lescano. She's having to use a backup boat because she got crashed into the back, and they busted her IBR system on the back of her Sea-Doo. So anyways, that is the drama that has happened, I believe, from round number 2. However, race number 2, as we take a look out there, and that is Garrett Lofton on boat number 116. Now, was he able to grab that hole shot? We'll see as they get ready to come down the front straightaway. It does look like Lofton on the outside right now, holding down a slight lead over Klein Glidden. And I believe that's Bouchard back there in the third place position unofficially. And again, we are now on the 20-minute clock. So again, once they come by the start-finish line for the first time, that is when they press the clock. And there's the 116. Once again, Garrett Lofton looking strong out there on Vanjie's backup boat. But again, having to make that boat switch in the middle of a race, I believe that means he's, don't quote me on this, but I believe that means he gets docked 2 positions. So no matter where he finishes out there, he'll lose 2 positions. So Garrett doing exactly what he needs to do to try to put himself up on top of the box or on the box anywhere tonight. I mean, having a DNF in race number 2 definitely did not help him. Coming into the weekend, Lofton was second in points. Going into the last race, Lofton was right there for he was poised to take a win. Unfortunately, having to pull off just a little bit early, and that's going to hurt his chances for standing on top of the box tonight. But it doesn't hurt his chances for taking home some more points into the St. Pete round, which is going to be the finals of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross National Championships. Again, that's going to be September 6th and 7th. That is the finals at the St. Pete Pier. We'll be with the P1 offshore crew as well. Yeah, so I was right. It is. They get docked 2 positions, just so everybody knows. Thank you, Michelle. I know that she's listening in from somewhere around campus here. And, Michelle, we appreciate you and the rest of your team here. I know that weekends like this are very trying, for race promoters and race managers. But you guys have stuck it out, and now it's all sunshine and smiles out here. But you can see off in the distance there in the northwest, we're going to get inside, I believe, just in time. We'll get our stuff packed up about 30 minutes to an hour after this race right here. We'll be doing the awards. That's going to be in the banquet room or the registration room where everybody came in for the riders meeting. Still going to be Lofton, your race leader, on boat number 116. And we're waiting to see a graphic. We'll try to let you know who's in front in both the 300 and the 200 class as we talk to our scorers that are marking everything down out there for us. Once again, just about 17 and a half minutes left to go. Boat number 193, Cooper Caldwell, is, well, actually, it's boat number 110, but that's number 193, and that is has been his boat number throughout the season. He's actually your race leader. I believe that's Lofton that has moved into second, Bouchard in third unofficially. But as they come back around, we'll try to give you the top three, maybe go back a little bit further here. Once again, 20 minutes plus a lap, and you got boat number 300. That is, oh, that's okay, 300 class. I've been working way too long this week. So boat number 193, that is Cooper Caldwell. 114, that's Garrett Lofton. 174 is Klein Glidden in third. Boat number 194 in the fourth place position, and we're trying to find a 194 here. I'm not sure if that is, yeah, we don't have a 194. But 194 currently in fourth place, so we had somebody with a boat switch out there. So not quite sure who is on 194 in that fourth place position. In the fifth spot, I believe it's boat number 45, and that's Michael Bouchard. So that's the way they stack up, at least 1 through 5 here, with just over 16 minutes left on the ticker here. And this, again, is the final race of the day. Glad everybody could hang out with us here on a blustery weekend. You know, not the ideal weekend in Clearwater, but I'll tell you what, we've seen a lot of drama this weekend. And, that's what racing's all about. You know, I mean, sometimes, you have your great days, and then some days you got the equalizer out there. And this weekend, the equalizer is Mother Nature, as she made no friends out here this weekend. And you're looking at boat number 110. That's actually 193, Cooper Caldwell, who is on your screen right now on the borrowed property, I believe, down there in the bottom left-hand side of the track, and coming up that straightaway right now. 20 minutes plus a lap in this one. Again, like to say a very special thanks to our national sponsors. Of course, our title sponsor is Monster Energy. We are powered by SBT, Short Block Technologies. And again, our presenting sponsor here locally, Nick and all the fine folks over at Cycle Springs Power Sports. Special thanks to our good friends from Experience Kissimmee. By the way, top three in the 200 class, we got Baron Mernick, boat number 297, Noah Dolly, boat number 706, and Gary Holbein Jr. on boat number 53. And that's the way the AM200 stack up. Those are your top three. And you'll notice one name that is visibly, it's missing only because he's having a lower back issue. And Caden Baldwin had to pull off the track here in our first race of the day. And unfortunately had to take a trip to the hospital. Mom said that she thinks he's going to be okay. I know that he's watching on, I believe, from the hospital right now. Nick Fowler says, great for Christian online. And, from what I'm getting word that Caden Baldwin is actually here. He's back on campus, so I'm glad to hear that Caden is back on campus here, no longer at the hospital. We were under 15 minutes left to go here in the final race of the day. And again, your race leader is Caldwell. Okay, so I believe on your screen right now, I believe that's 297, and that would be Baron Mernick, who is leading in the 200 class. Unfortunately, the way that the glare is with the sunshine coming out, you guys can see the numbers at home just about as well as I can see them right here. The only difference is I'm only 3/4 of a mile away. But I've got a monitor in front of me, just like you guys got in front of you, so you can see the haze and the prop wash and everything like that we're kind of dealing with here. So we're calling it as best we can for everybody out there. But we can tell you that it's Cooper Caldwell in the lead out there in the 300 class on boat number 110. Lofton in second on boat number 116. Again, Garrett Lofton normally riding boat number 114, having to take a boat off of Vanjie Ramjeet, so he's riding the 116 out there. Once again, if he gets stock 2 positions, he'll get fourth place points if he stays where he's at. Klein Glidden still in third place, and that might move Klein up to second place, which might put him second on the podium overall for the weekend. So Klein not having a bad weekend. Then you got your JetX.ca rider, Nathan Daly, pro snowcross rider, and then Michael Bouchard on that Monster Energy Yamaha Farthing Racing team, also sponsored by Broward Motorsports and Cabrera Motorsports. Probably the biggest team out there. And it looks like Valentina having problems now with her backup boat. Last boat in the last race, her IBR system got taken out. Somebody clipped her in the back, and now pulling off here with her backup boat. And man, that is a tough weekend for that young lady right there, who is such a spirited individual. She is the queen of TikTok, and we all love her down here in the pits. But just a tough weekend. You got your good weekends and your bad weekends. She's actually won in the Amateur 300 before, so. Just having a rough weekend, and I'll tell you, everything getting bounced around out there. You know, these waves have not been kind to most of our riders out here this weekend, for those of you who are watching at home. And there is boat number 20, and that is my good friend Martin Besevich. That's right. That's what he said right there. That's his name. We called up, or he came up and told me about it. Boat number 38, Michael Northrup, has moved up into that fifth place. So Cooper Caldwell, Garrett Lofton, Klein Glidden, 1, 2, and 3 in the 200 class. I believe it's Mernick and Dolly and Holbein Jr. in the 200 class. That's exactly what I got right here. And then you got boat number 117, Andy Martinez, rounding out your top 4. Again, only started with 5 racers. We're down to 4 in that 200 Enduro, and those are the top 4. Mernick, Dolly, Holbein Jr., 1, 2, and 3 right now. Again, Mernick out of Texas, Dolly out of Canada, and Gary Holbein Jr. out of Alabama, if you're looking for where they come from. And we have got just about 11 minutes plus a lap left to go as we near the halfway point here in the final race of the day. And, you know, it always happens during the final race of the day, normally right before awards, but the final race of the day, that's when the sunshine comes out. And all of a sudden, you know, it was nice and cool. We had a nice little breeze. And now it's turned into about 90 degrees, a feels like temperature of about 90 degrees here in Clearwater Beach. So a lot better for all of our camera folks who haven't been able to get the greatest pictures all weekend long. And going back to boat number 116, it looks like, as we look through the jet spray right there. That is, again, Garrett Lofton. Lofton again pulling in, had a mechanical difficulty, and you know we've had a lot of cracked hulls, so I'm wondering if maybe that could have been it, if that's why they didn't bring the 114 back out, because you never want to lose 2 positions while you're out there. But Garrett having a pretty good weekend. I believe he may be able to afford it. Again, Garrett came into the weekend in second place in the points here in this class. Cooper Caldwell, the points leader coming into this class, as we are just over halfway. And once again, anybody who wants to chime in on the Powerboat P1 YouTube page, feel free to. We're trying to check both screens here at the same time as we go back on board there with boat number 116, Lofton. Easy to pick out with that yellow wetsuit. Looks like somebody pulling up there right beside Lofton. And took that inside line, stole that inside line away. So trying to get a number on that boat that's just in front of Lofton right now. Okay, we'll see if we can't pick it up from the scores on the next lap. But there's 82, Jonathan Dent. Jonathan originally coming to us from the Honduras, now making his home in Columbus, Ohio. As we are under 9 to go, tick-tock goes the clock. And that's good news for Cooper Caldwell. Caldwell still out in front on boat number 110. Normally sports boat number 193. And again, Cooper sponsored by MTI Boats, as well as Caldwell Racing helping him out, obviously. And then he's also sponsored by Tim Miller Racing and Monster Energy. Looks like 90% of the boats here this weekend have Monster Energy logos on them. Gotta love that. Special thanks to Thomas and Casey and that whole crew right there. And Klein Glidden still maintaining that second place position. He is still, I believe, right behind Cooper Caldwell. And Garrett Lofton has slid back into third. Michael Northrup moving through the pack, now in that fourth place position with Nathan Dolly rounding out your top five. And again, just under 8 minutes. Caldwell, Glidden, Lofton, Northrup, and Dolly. So we have seen a little bit of changes back there. 2, 3, 4, and 5, swapping it up a little bit. But it's been the Cooper Caldwell show so far here in this final race of round number 4. Caldwell riding smooth out there like a hot knife through butter. As he gets ready to, I believe, come down that front straightaway again, he takes a look over, wants to take a look at the flag man, see what the flag man says, see where we're at. Well over halfway through this one. Again, just over 7 minutes left to go as we see Caldwell coming up into some lap traffic. Again, your 200 liters, no changes there. I believe it's still Baron Mernick out in front. Noah Dolly, 7:06 in second. Gary Holbein Jr., 53 in third. And this is Gary Holbein Jr. This is his first year racing the P1 Aquacross Series, coming from a closed course background. So great to have some new blood, and he is a tough young kid. His father was been racing since the late 80s, early 90s. So he is kind of a chip off the old block as we go back on board there with your race leader, boat number 110, Cooper Caldwell. And Caldwell enjoying a day riding Tori Snyder's boat, driving it like a budget rental car out there. And Tori's had, unfortunately for Tori's having some problems of his own. Tori cracked a hull earlier and then had to get on a boat he didn't want to be on. And but glad to see Tori's always in good spirits and just lives right down the street from here, and a great ambassador of the sport of personal watercraft racing, and of course P1 Aquacross. So 6 minutes left to go. Who is it going to be? We are coming down to the final race. 6 minutes plus a lap to go. As we take a look, I believe that was boat number 53, the Vesta we've seen right there. And there is the 117 of Andy Martinez. Martinez racing in the 200 class, currently sitting in the 4th spot. Then we got, I believe that was 175, Daniel Fiallo. Fiallo's had an up-and-down weekend, had a top 5 finish in moto race number 2. And then in the first race had a get-off, so tough break. He's having a tough day out there. And that looks to be, 281, Armando Martinez. Martinez currently sits 8th in the points right now in the 300 class coming into this weekend. You'll be able to check out all the new and updated points on the P1 Aquacross Facebook and the website a little bit later on this week. So make sure that you check that out. See where your favorite racer is in the points as we'll go to our final round, September 6th and 7th at the St. Pete Pier, and we have got just under 5 minutes remaining. So 5 minutes plus a lap here from the Gulf of America on the shores of Clearwater Beach, right behind the Sand Key Sheridan. We are in paradise. Hasn't been paradise all weekend. It's been a little up and down, but I'll tell you, this place on a beautiful day is really paradise. I know that when we were here last year, had an amazing time. Had one of the best memories I ever had here last year at the awards ceremony. You guys probably know what I'm talking about. So we won't go into that because it's not about me. It's about those guys out there like Ryan Dolly. I'm saying not Ryan Dolly, but Nathan Dolly, boat number 917. Nathan on the screen right now. Currently running 5th place, I believe, in the 300 class. He's right behind Michael Northrup, who is on boat number 38. By the way, again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to our good friends from Cycle Springs for hosting the meet and greet with the Monster Celebrity Athletes, who included Tyler Stewart, Andy Buckworth, Jay Toohey, and Jeremy Mollott. Great times with them yesterday. They kind of got thrown into the fire when they seen that they were racing in 5-6 foot chop. And again, we have no changes out there up toward the front yet. We've got boat number 297. That's Baron Mernick. That is on your screen right now, and he's your current race leader, and he's poised to be the champion here for round number 4 of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross National Championships. And Mernick, definitely no slouch. Again, this is his first full year with P1 Aquacross, and it's great to have that new blood in it. I'm sure Caden Baldwin's down there chomping at the bit, wishing he was out there. But Caden, heal yourself up first. Don't worry. You'll be ready by the St. Pete. And Caden coming in this weekend with over a 70-point lead. So he can afford to give a few points away here this weekend. So no sense in going out there pressing the issue, young man. And Bernick once again from Texas. And you can see him working his way through some lap traffic. You got Mernick, Noah Dolly, who's on boat number 706. His brother on 917, that's Nathan Dolly. And then you got Gary Holbein Jr., currently in third place in the 200 class as we are approaching the 2-minute mark. So time, if you're going to try to catch Caldwell right now, we're looking at Mernick as he goes around the Monster Energy mushroom buoy and gets ready to come down the front straightaway. That's the south side as we view it here from announcing. You'll see he can make the turn right there and work his way left to right down that front semi-straightaway. He'll go past the start-finish line, and he'll have a left-hand turn coming up, which will take him to a chicane in the middle of the track. Mernick in control in the 200 class, and there is boat number 110, rider number 193, Cooper Caldwell, who's working his way to the top left-hand side of the track right now in the 300 class. So the 300 class right now with about a half a lap difference between the 200 class after about 18 and a half minutes. And once again, Caldwell making the turn, and I'll tell you what, riding very smooth out there, staying loose, in control. Again, you know, this guy really showing a lot of skill there, being able to jump on somebody else's boat and come out here and possibly win a moto. Again, his boat cracked in half like a nutshell yesterday, so Tori was nice enough to let him use the boat. And here he is in first place as we are now under a minute to go. And here comes Caldwell down the front straightaway. He'll take a look over, and I believe he's not going to get the white flag this time, but he should be getting the white flag the next time around. So that was your first place rider. Still Klein Glidden, boat number 174 out of the Cayman Islands. Running in second, sponsored again by Farthing Racing, Monster Energy, Yamaha, Harborview Apartments, Cabrera Motorsports, and Broward Motorsports. And we are now under 20 seconds. So once again, once Caldwell comes around, he'll be grabbing the white flag. That's exactly what we thought. We're taking a look right there. That's Yaniel Fiallo. Fiallo trying to work his way through the pack. Didn't have the greatest of starts here in this third and final race here on weekend number 4. But it looks like 706. Oh, Noah Dolly having some issues. Oh, tough break for Dolly. Dolly was running second place, and it looks like he might have had a lanyard issue. Looks like they might be switching to lanyards. This lanyard may have come apart, folks. That's kind of what we're seeing on the screen here. So he's got a new Yamaha lanyard. Or Sea-Doo lanyard? Yeah, Sea-Doo lanyard, and he's throwing that in. He's on the Yamaha FXHO, and he gets back on the track. Now, I'm not sure if he got back out there in second place or not, or if Gary Holbein Jr. was able to get by him. We'll have to see where the number 53 is here on the white flag lap. And it's still Caldwell, your race leader. And there is Mernick, I believe, just going by the start-finish line. So that is the gap between first and second. Like I said, about a half lap in between first and second place right now. As we are awaiting the 110 to come by the start-finish line and collect the white flag. And there is 110 right now. He's in that center chicane, south side of the track, headed toward the that front semi-straightaway. And he'll be making a left-hand turn in just a moment here. There we go. There's the left-hand turn down the front straightaway. He'll take a look over. He'll grab the white flag. And one more lap to go for Cooper Caldwell, who has been on a tear here the last couple of races. He has really been unstoppable. Again, coming in with a 50-point lead. Klein Glidden still in second place. And I know that he wants to take that 20 points right there, and plus all the points that he's gotten earlier this week. I believe he's got another 34 to add to that. But to add to his total, and that might bring him up the line from 5th place to 4th place. here in the amateur 300 class. Wasn't a whole bunch of points between third, fourth, and fifth, and Glidden came in fifth place in points in this one. So we're taking a look back on board with Cooper Caldwell here on the final lap. He's up the top right-hand side of the track, working right to left as we view it from the beach here, folks. Working his way down that back straightaway one final time. And Caldwell enjoying a great weekend here in Clearwater. Might not have been the weekend that we all wanted for weather, but he's enjoying a great racing weekend here. So again, that final lap, still got 174 back there, I believe, in the second place. And that is Glidden on the Yamaha FX. So been a tough race here. Final race of the day. Smallest track that we've seen with the biggest waves. Gotta love that. Really throws in an equalizer here for the fourth race of the Monster Energy P1 AquaX National Championship season. And again, just I believe a couple more buoys to negotiate before this one is in the books. That's Caldwell coming to that chicane on the inside, the big mushroom monster buoy. He'll make a right-hand turn and start working his way toward the beach one final time, and then work parallel to the beach and grab that checkered flag. So Cooper Caldwell, another stellar weekend, grabbing first place in the amateur 300 class. How about it? Put your hands together for that young man right there, Cooper Caldwell, taking the win. So congratulations, Cooper Caldwell out of Texas. Again, sponsored by Caldwell Racing as well as Monster Energy. And Caldwell going over to salute the rest of our racers that have come through in second, third, and fourth. I believe that was Klein Glidden that came through in second. We'll have the provisional results for the AM300 and the provisional results for the AM200 up on the screen here in just a couple of moments. And while we're waiting on those, again, we'd like to say a very special thanks to all of our great sponsors here, Monster Energy, Short Block Technologies, Cycle Springs, Power Sports, Experience Kissimmee, Progressive. Here are your provisional results. Boat number 193 taking the win. That is Cooper Caldwell. Boat number 174 in second, Klein Glidden. Boat number 116, Garrett Lofton. 38, Michael Northrup. Boat number 917, Nathan Dolly, going to take 14 more points with him into the final round. Again, the final round happening in St. Pete, Florida. We're going to be at the pier September 6th and 7th. And again, we'd like to invite everybody over there. Again, the final race of the day, just finishing up out there. Again, we'd like to say a very special thanks to Casey and Tom and all the fine folks from Monster Energy that are out here with us this weekend. Of course, the Monster Energy celebrities, Jeremy Mallett, who took the win in the Celebrity Challenge, Jay Toohey, Andy Buckworth, and Tyler Stewart. Thank you all very much for coming out here and hanging out with us. Yeah. I'm seeing some chiming on board. Yeah, there was a lot of hulls that got cracked this weekend. It was kind of like a peanut gallery out here with the surf. But glad everybody could hang out with us here on the P1 or Powerboat P1 YouTube live stream. Remember, we're going to be live streaming again from the St. Pete Pier. And we appreciate everybody for watching in. You've watched rounds 3 from Sheboygan and rounds 4 from right here in Clearwater Beach this weekend. 5 races for all these guys. So if you know them and you're listening in, make sure you give them a call after they get off the water and congratulate them, because they're all Ironmen to me. On behalf of the entire P1 team and our Greenlight TV, special thanks again to Monster Energy, SBT, and Cycle Springs Power Sports. My name's Mike Young. So long, folks. We will see you in the pits.